Alright, I guess good morning all. It's been a while since I streamed, and today's been off to a rough start. It's not fun finding a parking ticket on your car. Um, there's some other stuff. I'm I am basically doing. I was going to do this stream later in the day, and what it boils down to is I have to move my car at 9, and I need to be awake and alert for this period because in 6 hours I actually have to drive. So we're just going to do it now. This is part of what's been an ongoing project. What we are looking at, and I am currently going to be doing a little bit of work of fixing the scenes because this is not going to be a very fast project, is the NetBSD VAX system. If you were... come on. Yeah, it is not a fast box. If you were on the... saw the streams that were over 2 days, they're unlisted. This is the same machine that we were reading out the hard drives from. So we didn't find anything on the hard drive. It was complete scratch. And yes, it really does take this long to log in. This is a 25 megahertz. It's a 1970s VAX and a 1990s case. That's really the best description of it. And it doesn't recognize the terminal because this is on serial. Yeah, I'm sorry. I will be out of it for this one. Let me fix the stream. So the first thing I want to do is I actually want to shut everything down. I have rebooted this box. In fact, I just did so. But I haven't actually done a cold shutdown. So this box has been running for about 6 days. And there's also the Ultrix server that goes with it. So I want to do a full shutdown and make sure it comes back up. So, my first computer was actually comparable to this. The very first computer that I could quote unquote call my own was, I believe it was a hand-me-down compact Desk Pro 386. It was what my dad used to use for work, but it was the first one that I could do whatever I want. That was either a 25 or 33 megahertz 386 SX, which would have been about the same speed. I do want to run dry stones on this, but you know what? Let me just show what happens when because I did actually install the compiler. I just, you know what? No, I'll save that for after the reboot. Oh yeah, now I have to Control C that. Let me just do halt because it does get on well, it's network, so it actually, I could turn it off and the file system would be fine, but this should drop me back into the boot firmware, which I can then shut the machine down. I do have a remote console that I can power cycle it. You know, this was, I just wanted to go with meditation, but this is a little bit too meditatey. So let's try some lo-fi. I am trying Pretzel Rocks because the last 2 streams got hit with 55 and like 100 freaking copyright claims. Apparently the Streamlabs library does not work anymore. Which was, you know, like I said, it's just been that sort of week. I was doing something. Oh, right. I was looking for the power switch. And... oh, please don't tell me I closed the window. I actually have to... okay, hold on. Yeah, no, I have it saved. I can get to the power... chat, I can turn it off! I don't want to go full screen. I just want to actually get to the power switch. Sorry, I meant to do this one before, but... so the last stream we were using VMware Horizons, and while surprisingly OBS works in VMware Horizon, it was not a good experience. The stream fell apart multiple times, and now I can't stay connected long enough to actually reach the power switch. I don't really want to put this up on the stream because I'm already having enough issues with the... Yeah, I'm getting disconnected like every 3 seconds. Let me see if the desktop client is... Less garbage is what I'm going to go with. Let me make sure the stream is also okay right now. Like, I would do a nice distracting thing on the screen, but the compiler fell apart when I ran Ice Clock. I had been using Epidemic Sound. There's reasons why I'm not. They have changed their terms of service several times. They also require, I could not play their music without adding the voiceover track, so I couldn't do it for an unattended stream like that. And they have been very vague on their terms of service. Like, it's iffy. So Pretzel is what almost everyone uses on Twitch, but they have not historically been very good on YouTube. They now say, though... Alright, hold on. I need to do one thing at a time. Let me shut down the Ultrix server, and let's reboot that. Let me see if I can actually get into VMware Horizons. New server. So for those who don't know, this machine, the VAX system is actually physically in Canada. It's several 100 miles from me. So I'm in my apartment right now. So if I want to do anything with this, I literally have to do it entirely remotely. I can't stick a disk in it. Because if I could just put the CD-ROM in, it would have been a lot easier. I would have finished this project 3 days ago. Okay, yeah, the desktop client got me in, although the desktop appears to have had, like, this... Okay, here we go, PD remote. Now I can turn it off. Chat, I can turn it off and back on. Remember when it used to just be a switch that actually disconnected the power? Oh, God, like, I've had that problem with my car. Okay, no, I don't want to reboot I don't want to reboot the switch. I want to reboot the thing on the switch. Okay, outlet 1. Oh, this is such a horrible interface. I should put it up on stream, but it didn't occur to me until just the second to do this. Okay. Turn off and turn back on. Apply. Okay, it takes a few seconds for the client to actually notice that the power has been, but we should see, as soon as the command goes through, we will see the host prompt. Okay, and while we wait for that, I'm going to shut this down. Halt. Yep, there it is. It's doing... I actually disabled the memory check on this. Oh, yes, and I forgot. There were a few donations before the stream. RT, thank you for the $20 donation. TKing2724, thank you for the $7.77 tip for luck. And Spring Veer has thank you for the $10 from the Netherlands. Yep, so that's the boot. It's actually quite a functional... you can do a lot with this. It is essentially the equivalent of a PDP-11 front panel, but you can control it in serial. You can bit bang basically anything you need. There's a full onboard diagnostic test. See, I have fast boot enabled, which means it skips the memory test because it takes so long. The memory test on this thing is not fast. And it is maxed out. It has a full 32 megabytes. Oh, yeah, so this is the other one. So let's start up the Ultrix server, because this has to be running. It will not boot without it. In theory, that I should have not had to do this, but NetBSD 10's DECVAX, they have a network. Their network boot protocol for early boot is called the maintenance operation protocol, or MOP. This is a 1978 protocol that predates TCP/IP. In fact, I actually believe it predates NCP. on ARPA. Oh, that's right. You're not supposed to halt it. You're supposed to put it in single user mode. Sync, 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 then shoot it in the head. Right. Why would I assume that the halt command would do something intelligent? Please do not oh, wow, my console's even completely... Please let that work. Hey, look, I have a backspace. Thankfully, this... Okay, hold on. Sync. Oh, you're not supposed to... Sync. Okay, you know what? Never mind. Halt processor without syncing disk. So, halt. I didn't see any bad ones, so I don't think it's gonna... Please boot. If I have to... Oh, I typed that wrong. It's not gonna boot. If I have to reinstall Ultrix, I might actually cry right now. I mean, it's good content, but... Yeah, because that boot device does not exist. Let's try this one. Why did I turn off the work the Unix system? All I could have accomplished is breaking it. Good morning, Nuka Shimikia. And yeah. Look, I've already installed it once. This will be the third time I've installed Ultrix on this project because SimH is a fascinating emulator. Unmounted cleanly. That's fine. Our 1D is the root. Those are when I was trying to get Ultrix to NetBoot. Getting the system running has been exciting for the wrong reasons, but if that entire drive is kaputski, I'm actually going to make a video on this. I've actually already started laying down footage and such. Okay, let's actually just make sure we can log in. And this is an emulated VAX, and yes, it is called Bucket, because there was a naming scheme. All right, is it actually running the mop, Damon? Yes, it is. Okay. So, if I did everything correctly... It's not fast. There it goes. NetBSD VAX boot. This is the mop loader from NetBSD 10 that's being loaded from Ultrix that's being used to start NetBSD 7.1. It's going to take about 15 minutes for the system to cold boot. It is... Glacier is the word I'm going to use. Yes. And if you enjoyed this content, please like and subscribe. If you really enjoyed this content, consider supporting me on Patreon, a one-time subscription or coffee, or a membership on YouTube, which will give you perks in stream, although I haven't quite figured out how that's all going to work. Please note that memberships do take a 30% cut, but I also like seeing the dots, so, like, go for it. There it goes. Now it's doing NFS boot. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. I gotta tell you, chat, it has been... I'm sorry for having... You know, this is the first, like... This is the first live stream I have done with voice in almost a year. Yeah, I did one last summer. I've been writing about it on Patreon, but basically I just dropped off the face of the earth for 6 months, and it was... I am still dealing with the ramifications of this. It's part of why I don't have the face cam on, and I probably won't for the foreseeable future. It's why the last 2 videos were entirely VM based. I am essentially been reduced. I'm not technically been reduced because I haven't lost the items. They're going, but they're all going to storage. Literally, the everything. I might keep one laptop easily accessible or the compact portable, but basically, Black Coffee Drinker, who is one of the Discord mods, I was having a bad idea. I was thinking about doing a fundraiser for the NetBSD Foundation, and I thought it would be funny to compile NetBSD VAX on a VAX, because it would take literal months. It was kind of that sort of, it would be funny, but am I actually going to do it sort of thing. But at that point, I had managed 2 videos, and I wasn't very happy with... I actually thought the Sun NIS one did okay, but the YouTube, it flopped. It only got 20k views. For considering the amount of time I actually put into it, it was like... Yes, this is still booting. It hasn't frozen. Yeah, no, it's just going that 20. This is currently running a 2018 operating system that has been compiled with the sketchiest compiler on a machine that was functionally obsolete when it was new. I actually found third-party software for it. Someone has compiled the official distributed.net client for it. Distributed.net was like the geek alternative to the SETI at home screensaver, and it works. This system is beautifully slow. So, it might actually, but you know, the flip side is this is running off NIF and NSF. We dumped out the SCSI hard drive, and it was a scratch disk as best we could tell. There's no actual useful data on it, which means that this system is either new old stock and has never had an operating system installed, although I would have assumed DEC would have put VMS on the hard drive out of the factory. I just can't imagine they wouldn't. Or it was part of a DEC cluster, which means that it would have been started off a much larger system. And the fact that it has 32 megabytes of memory, which is what you can realistically, which is the actual maximum, it's actually a little bit high for, it's surprisingly high for the time period. It makes sense that this was probably a part of a DEC cluster. It likely downloaded all it saw, you know, it would basically download VMS from a central server via MOP, boot off it, and then serve clients with everything being held in RAM. Because with one, like this machine came out in 93, so you're talking, you would have still found 8088s in an office, and there were MicroVAX before this, but this would basically have been serving a bunch of 286s and connecting it to a DEC network. Yeah, no, this would be faster than a contemporary 286. It's really about the 386 would be about parity, and the 486 would start running circles around it. So if this came out in like 1988, and there were VAXs in 1988 that were effectively the same processor. So this is the cost-reduced one. Like I said, it's got no backplane. It is literally a CPU and a SCSI bus. And I think we did the math. I think the entire backplane tops out at like 3 megabits. It is a glorious, this is a thing that this is a terminal server for a VMS app. I honestly don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if it's about par with a 780. The general consensus we came to on Discord is that this is a 1970s VAX in a 1990s case that has been cost reduced. Oh, is Streamlabs doing that thing with the mod tools? I can disable those. We used OBS for the last stream, but I actually really like a lot of the things Streamlabs gives. I just realized I haven't been recording this stream, but it doesn't matter. It's just been booting. That was important. Okay, important end commander safety note. Please make sure you're recording your stream before recording. I'm actually talking a lot more than I thought I would be. At some point, I will talk about what's been going on in my life. I've been alluding to it on Patreon for a while, so it's not like it's a huge surprise, but... This stream was made possible because one of my mods was willing to spend a few $100s to put a VAX system in a rack where I could get to it. And, you know, it's that sort of generosity that has... I haven't been able to work for a number of years. In the last 6 months, my health has improved to the point that it is conceivable. But I also think in some ways I'm probably better off. Did the background music die? No, it's just actually very soft. A lot of people have gone out of their way. Like, when I am on stable ground again, I will give a full accounting. Oh, someone gave a donation. Also, I noticed that the Streamlab tracker, Lecato, thank you for the $10 tip jar. Like, to give you an idea, I haven't used my desktop in almost a year. It's literally sitting behind me. I actually rummaged it for its keyboard because I'm not going to be able to use it. I have a housing on Friday I had a post go on Patreon about basically I bought a Prius to facilitate leaving. And I have not been a happy car owner. I have not had a car in my life for 6 years. I do miss my RAV4, but when you live in a major urban area, it is a liability, to say the least. It has been moved. I have to move it almost every other day. I finally got it a parking permit from the city. So, and that's how I ended up getting a ticket. Because apparently I accidentally parked in front of a driveway that has no indentation in the curve, but does technically have a no parking sign up. It's literally sitting here. It's $55. I drove all around the area. I couldn't find any parking. I took it to a lot. The lot was full. They had the cone up saying that they couldn't take any more vehicles. It is still booting. It takes about 6 minutes to update the message of the day. I don't know why. Okay. Hey, Astra, thank you for the $10 tip jar. And I guess my parking ticket got paid. I put that up for a lull because when I opened up the stream, it was the last progress ticker I had was Halloween one, and it's like, oh god, that was the NetHack stream. And that stream I only streamed for an hour, and I had the everything of my day. Look, it finally booted. Oh joy. Okay. All right. So let me bring up the okay, let me hold on. Can I duplicate this? Streamlabs has some annoying issues. You know, I'm not even going to bother. I'll just explain it. NetBSD does not actually have like a sane or easy way to am I not? I guess I wasn't tabbed into it. NetBSD does not actually have a very easy way to net install it. You basically have to net boot the install.sh stuff, and there's a mini root partition. But the support for it varies by platform. As far as VAX is concerned, actually, you know, we'll just hop on the FTP. And we'll actually do it from the VAX because I think it'll be funny. I actually haven't tried taking this thing onto the internet yet. Oh god, I'm gonna have to sudo the root to set that up. It does have an IP address. I don't know if it has a router. Yes, we're still waiting for it to log in. It is calculating the password hash of password. Yeah. The fact of the matter is we were discussing this on Discord for quite a while. This system is running a lot slower than it should be, and it's not exactly fast to begin with. It is entirely possible that the toolchain is in fact that garbage, because let me show you what happens, because one of the major problems we did on the burn-in streams is, I need to be able to run OBS for extended periods of time if I want to do something like let this run a distributed.NET unit, which will take about 8 days for it to live stream. YouTube actually lets you run multiple live streams at once. It's one of those features that you would never know about, but like some of the dedicated music channels do in fact do that. So my thought is to actually set that up as a background stream and just let it run constantly. And I actually have contacted the NetBSD Foundation about doing a fundraiser. So, and they said they would be happy with it. I'm hoping I can get them into the YouTube giving program. That's the thing that I've used in the past that puts the green bar on the stream saying this is a fundraiser. The NetBSD Foundation is a 501c3. They are technically eligible, but they would require an officer of the organization to file some legal paperwork with Google, basically, to make it happen. So I don't know if that part will happen. It may literally just come down to it being a link saying, please donate to the NetBSD Foundation and tell people N Commander sent you. But we need to actually get this running NetBSD properly, not the kit bash install it's currently doing. So to give you an idea of what the state of the VAX port was in and you know what, I'm gonna put time on this because it really does put it in context on just how slow this is. And if you look carefully in my file directory, you can get a very good hint of what's about to happen here. So this is, you know what, I almost should put /v so you can actually see the progress of the compiler. But we're going to just be sitting here for a bit. Well, I have no physical access to this machine. It is physically in a different country from me. The reason I netbooted the machine is I can't plug in a CD-ROM drive. Apparently NetBSD 10 will just work from a CD. Yeah, it's still compiling, chat. So we are coming up on, how long have we been live for? We've been live for 30 minutes. So let's get slightly more serious. Let me actually fix my scenes so I can show you in the browser what we're doing. But I don't think, like, I am also just kind of killing time here. Alright, so I think I have to add a new window capture source. Streamlabs does some things differently from OBS, even though it's the same common code base, that really kind of just irritate me. Like, it basically always defaults to duplicating your sources, which both is and isn't a good thing. Alright, so Chrome. Google Chrome. So now I just need to find the Chrome tab. The Chrome tab is here. My desktop is also a complete mess. Like, I'm logged in as a my non-main account, but is it really doing that thing? It is in fact really doing that thing. Show windows of empty name. It's not letting me select the right Chrome window. I forgot to set up the second view screen before I started the stream. This is normally the thing that I spend many hours trying to fix. There it is. So this is the closest thing I could find to an official document. It talks about, it's linked as part of the disk list documentation, which is basically what it took to get this system up and running. Although this does not actually work. If we followed the instructions from the very top, you see here that you have VAX specific, and it talks about the what is and is supported. And the biggest thing is, like I said, you have to set up the MOP server. So the MOP server code, there's no good way of putting this. It's written on what can best be described as Hopium. From what I can tell, it was originally reverse engineered by basically from some documentation from DEC and actually looking at what it was doing on the network. But there's all sorts of various hacks for edge cases, and it's not regularly tested. Apparently the last time it worked reliably was NetBSD 1.5, which we also could not get to work. But that may be because I probably had to install NetBSD 1.5 on something to netboot the VAX. So it's been a problem. So at this point, we have it into, and I have footage of all that. I'm going to edit into a video. So you're basically just seeing the finale. I wasn't even planning on streaming this. I just kind of changed my mind at the last minute. So if we go all the way back. So netbooting to install on a local. They say that if you have a RAM disk, you can place the RAM disk kernel named NetBSD. It contains dev entries and install tools. So I mean, we could try that. Let's take and see what's on the sorry. All right, so we go to. So if we look at NetBSD 10, see, I tried to boot NetBSD 10 directly, and let me turn the font size up so this isn't remarkably tiny. So if we go to installation, we go to, what is it that I'm looking for? RAM disk kernel. So do we have a RAM disk kernel? Like, do we have a mini root? We have a mini root FS. We have a boot FS. It's like a binary. Kernel. We just have generic kernels. I have the distinct feeling that this is not supported. Let's see here. Oh, we do have install.ram. You know what? Why don't we try it? We have nothing to lose by it might just work. Like, if it just works, then this project's a lot simpler. Oh, yes. This is what happens. Oh, and it took... Why did it take that long? It took 95 seconds last time I tried this. But yes, the compiler blew up trying to build a clock. Yep. CD-ROMs date back to 1987, and SCSI is a remarkably flexible protocol. DEC was one of the... They supported it pretty early because it's a lot more convenient than tape. So, you know what? Let's just... You know what? Why don't we have a little fun with this? Let's just actually try and download it right here from the VAX. Like, let's see if we can just do it without having to do any third party. Let me switch the view back. I just realized that you are not actually seeing the VAX. Let's see if we can get into FTP and download it. Once we successfully sudo. It is running really slowly. Like, is it running a background task? Alright, so FTP netbsd.org. It should be able... Oh, right. It probably needs a name server. So, for a long time, the support for VAX in GCC has been... There's no other way to say it. Bad. GCC was originally targeted VAX in GCC 1, and then it's kind of just zombied all the way to the modern day. Let's see if we can resolve netbsd.org. Oh god, you know, I just realized this should be able to talk IPv6. Well, it tried. Oh, right. It's on a local segment. Black Coffee Drinker probably didn't give me IPv6. Not that we need it. But the idea of this system crunching large addresses. Okay, so this is where we basically left off. So let's just grab ftp netbsd.org. Okay, cool. I mean, this is basically how you would have done it back in the day. Oh, chat. I have not seen one of those in a long time. That is an actual that is actually an actual message of the day. Like, that is... I remember these. I haven't seen one of these in years. Let me make sure hash marks are turned on. We are in binary printing mode. All right, so let's NetBSD. Oh, the folders, I guess, are slightly different. NetBSD. Oh, 10.0. Alright, so now we want to go to the VAX folder. Ooh, man, I'm feeling the lag here. Alright, so... I guess I want binary. Kernel. No, that's just the boot kernel. I've tried that one. It didn't work. Oh. Come on. Wow, that tab completion took time. Like, when this system was new, tab completion was not a feature yet. Okay, so I think I just need installed RAM BZ. Because I believe that's the mop bootloader. That's what I should already have. So let me grab install RAM. Okay, and that is downloading. Is the background music sound good, chat, or is it too soft, too loud? Let's see here. I don't know, this is definitely not my vibe, though. Like, I want something a little bit... 92 kilobytes. That's faster than what we were getting when we were reading out the disk. That's fascinating. You know, I'm just gonna try synthwave. Play all tracks. I really hope I don't get Content ID screwed again. It really frustrated me that that happened. I'm also going to try something. I have this sinking suspicion that part of the issue that we ran into... Wow, their FTP service actually tells you in bytes how much was actually transferred. I wonder if part of the problem was it was gzipped. Because gzip's actually quite heavy for a machine of this age to do. Like, the kernel it's booting right now... Let me make a ungzipped version of install.ram. I don't think this is going to work, chat, but it would not be good of me not to try it. This is a MicroVAX. Yeah, it's it's either a Model 30 or Model 40. I think it's a 40. I've never physically seen it. NetBSD says I'll show the D message as soon as running gunzip on this machine was not a good idea. You know what? That's almost certainly why NetBSD 10 failed to boot. Oh my! I just realized it. It was trying to boot a compressed kernel. Chat, look how long what it was doing when I tried to start NetBSD 10 was it was doing it was tripping what's called a machine service interrupt. Basically, it did something bad, but if the system had completely, there may be a watchdog timer that was not getting kicked, and that would have done it. So let's reboot and see if we can actually. Let's see if we can just go into install.ram. We know there's nothing on the hard drive, so I'm okay with letting this just install. I am shocked. 138 viewers, and it's 2 in the morning. Apparently this... I wonder if I should have waited for better hours. Oh, well. I guess I'm probably getting I'm getting Europe, and I'm getting Australia. Alright, so now it's getting them uploader from the Ultrix server. This thing does not believe in boot messages. Okay, I want to abort auto boot. Nope, that was not what I wanted it to do. Power switch. I'm not waiting 15 minutes for this to come back around. Hold on. How do I get to... I have to get to the power switch. Right. Okay, here we go. VM Horizon Client. Thou shalt not boot NetBSD from thou shalt not boot into thy root file system. Thou shalt boot to that what I say you will boot to. I am not waiting 15 minutes for this thing to reboot. Okay. Power switch has been flipped. Okay, and you can see that's been turned off because the boot message has stopped. Okay. Why did it... Oh, you know what? It would probably time out if I turned off the mop server, which I'm going to have to do at some point. Okay, abort auto boot. All right. I want to boot install RAM. Yeah, that's a different load number. Let's see if it was because the kernel was compressed, I'm going to be annoyed. Although I have this feeling it was, and I suspect this is about to go down in flames. The gerbil is running really hard to start this system. It is actually, what always surprises me is that this is not TFTP. The boot client actually knows how to speak NFS. Oh! It did not, look, NetBSD 10 install. Okay, well, it didn't do that last time. We're in the installer. Oh, that is exciting. Okay, install English. Did you just know? Did you? I don't know if anyone caught that. The terminal doesn't have French support. Chat, this VAX has never had an operating system installed on it. Like, it has never had an operating system installed on it. This is a... I almost wonder if we should install older NetBSD, but I do actually want to get a benchmark of what it is on the modern version. Ultimately, I want to run Unix bench on this system. So... Well, it's running a lot faster than 7.1 was. I've heard that, like I said, the toolchain got a massive upgrade. So why don't we install to the hard drive and just see what it actually is like. So we want to do yes. It sees the hard drive, 4 GB stack. Oh god, we could install X and try and run it. I mean, it's not going to be particularly exciting, but we could do it. I would have to install Xming in the environment, but we definitely should do that for deck Windows. All right, let's see what the I want to turn logging on, although I don't want to think about what that's going to do to performance. You know, if a logging file system, there's no point in putting it into multiple, splitting it up. So continue and go on. Now there is actually a catch here, and here's the catch. This is what I know from working with this in SimH. We have to change the file system to FSF2. And then we can tell it that it can log. Because I rather it have, and you know what, I'm also going to set no A time. Because this system is slow enough as is. That is going to help. I think we're good. FFSV2, we're logging, and we can always enable it later. All right, partition size is okay. This is not the last time it's going to have an operating system installed. This is me just seeing if we can even install it. Because it still failed to boot, and I'm not sure if that's a MOP problem or not. All right, let's go for it. Chat, this is going to be very slow. Like, I don't, it is going to be appreciably slow. Let's go for broke. Let's just do a full installation. I'm actually curious of how long it's going to take. And, oh, hopefully I'll be able to put it, I gotta tell it where to download from. It is not going to be able to use HTTP. That's a known problem. I guess we can just let it get it from the internet. There's no reason why it can't get it from FTP. Yes, actually, we do want this to be manual. All right, I'm gonna let it do auto-config. I believe Black Coffee Drinker. When this machine was new, DHCP was not a standard yet. It was still an early discovery. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I got an IP address. Oh, what do we call it? I guess we can continue calling it SOAP, or we could change the name. Because currently the joke is mop, bucket, and soap. But I think it works. You know, chat, I'm gonna run a straw poll. Let's chat, this is a much more stressful question than I thought. Alright, chat. I'm let democracy. Oh, democracy is making its noise. 24 votes. We'll let it go for a full minute. Oh, I really like water. I almost want to switch bucket and soap. But the fact of the matter is that this machine is going to... I want this machine to run Ultrix at some point. Which means I am going to have to... There's going to be multiple buckets. And they're all going to be emulated buckets of bits. So I kind of think soap, because it's going to keep... Yeah, I think soap works. That's Black Coffee Drinker's domain. That's fine. No, that is not okay. It is not getting a gateway. It should completely be getting a gateway. I have access to the DHCP server, so I can... I know this is correct. I don't know why I didn't get a gateway. Yeah, I can use Cloudflare. I don't care. My God, you can actually see it redrawing the terminal in real time. Okay, that should work. Yeah, that should work. Get distribution. There it goes. I mean, this is how you would have done it back in the day. Literally, you would have... almost, for an actual VAX, it would have almost certainly... It would have likely had a higher speed connection, so downloading it off FTP... I believe it is 96 type. I don't... It's a network attached RS... It's an Ethernet to RS-262. It's like I am telnetted into a RS-232 adapter. I didn't set it up, but I believe the console is running at 9600. The thing is that a telnet session uses about 10% of the system bandwidth. It is running much faster than it was under NetBSD 7.1. Like, that is a notable increase. That's it was topping out at 70 kilobytes, but it was also trying to run the network and the hard drive at the same time. I mean, it is actually writing to the hard drive. Now it's just going to download. It's going to just download all the sets. God, this is fascinating to watch it. It takes longer for it to print the terminal messages than it does to actually do anything. But now I'm really curious if it's going to boot, because I did try the generic kernel. It just fell right over. I want to get Ultrix running on it more because Ultrix had some fascinating compilers. It had a Modula 2 compiler, it had an APL compiler, it had a Pascal compiler. It also had support for DECnet. And the fact of the matter is, NetBSD 10 is a modern operating system that is meant for running on computers not made in the 90s, and especially not a VAX that is essentially 1970s technology. Like, this is ludicrous that it actually is working, and it seems to be working decently fast. Yeah. Yes, it is a... I'm using Cool Retro Term by Swordfish. Like, I can change the term, the fact. Like, do we want to be monochrome green? Let's see here. Yeah, load. Yep, there we go. I mean, if we want to go real Fallout, but I feel like decks... No, actually, no, there were Amber decks, but, like, we can, like, I just want to wait for the stream to actually catch up. But I feel like default Amber is the way to go. There's also green scan lines if you just want to, like, see this. Actually, I kind of like that, except in the Amber. Yeah, I'm kind of a fan of the orange glow. There are times where, like, if we were to do something with, like, I feel like IBM is a green color. It's either green or white. Yeah. Yeah, I actually spent a fair bit of time in DaVinci Resolve Fusion partially recreating this effect, because when I got this machine going, I was doing it over remote desktop in Windows Terminal. So when I make the actual video, I had to edit the terminal footage, so at least it's amber. I mean, I gotta tell you that the sensation of running it with Cool Retro Term really does add to it, especially if you've used a monochrome display like this. Like, we don't have any actual hard drive sounds, but the fact of the matter is that for a typical use case, this VAX would have been in a data closet, and the users would have been all around it. So I do want to play with VMS. VMS has logistical problems that is going to make it quite difficult. For me to netboot, VMS has licensing packs. The main hope is is if I was to dump the hard drive, it had VMS on it, and I would have the licensing packs. Without the licensing packs, you can install it, but the networking doesn't work. And there is no way to get new hobbyist packs. And I'm not even sure I could use hobbyist packs. The license is extremely strict. But on top of that, the system will install without the pack files, but it disables networking. So I am not certain what it would actually take to because I'd have to set up DECnet. VMS boot uses MOP into DECnet, and then it uses its own Files 11 protocol. So I would have to install VMS in an emulator, which is not that hard, but it's a completely alien system. I don't know anything about VMS. So I'm starting with what I do know, and then we're going to work from there. Like I said, the problem is that the hobbyist packs specifically disallow commercial use. My YouTube channel is monetized now, and it's written in such a way that I'm a little bit ... question mark, because there's no exception in it for educational use. Like, it does seem to that if you were to write a book on OpenVMS, you need the blessing of HP/VSI software. That being said, it also could be read that the computer itself cannot be used for commercial use, which is certainly not the case. I am screwing around here. So I need to look at it, and I might... The big, what it really comes down to is, am I willing to put that much effort into a project that could potentially receive a takedown notice? I really doubt they would go that far, but it is why I have not historically touched OpenVMS. That being said, I am in a much different mood about it. Like I said, I've gone through a lot of life changes as of late, so... and I'm not in a good headspace as of this moment, but it was better than when I was making content full-time, and a lot of it is boiling down to the fact that I am leaving. I don't exactly know what happens next. I have some loose plans for the future, but... I am basically going to be limited to what I can do on a laptop. I am literally streaming. I bought this MacBook Pro on the idea that I would have to do streaming and video editing on the move, and this has proven to be an extremely good investment in my life. So... yeah, I'm, you know what, I'm going to reduce the Streamlabs thing. When the stream is running unattended, it's fine, and Pretzel Rock should be outputting into my stream. Actually, you know what, hold on, let me open the panel, let me see if YouTube has hit me with a copyright notice yet. They usually wait until the stream is actually over, though. But it says no restrictions on earning, but like I said, they may wait until the VOD is live, which is frustrating. I mean, what can you do? Because, you know, my streams don't bring in a lot of money. As far as ad revenue goes, actually, you know, I'm in the panel right now. I might as well look. The absolute best stream, as terms of the VOD, it's not the best I've had in terms of actual viewers, is my Linux from Scratch stream over the course of 3 years has gone 40k views. It's earned $172. That was my absolute best in terms of ad revenue. More realistically, like, let's say my Unix on Amiga stream, actually, it's earned a fair bit. Like, over time, they will earn money because people surprisingly watch my VODs all the way through. It completely blows my mind that people do that, but I guess this is the equivalent of a podcast for some people. I mean, I thought... Hold on, I gotta get something to drink. Actually, you know what? I'm going to step away from keyboard for a moment. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm just going to let the stream run because this is not going to be fast. You know, oh, actually, you can't see the ETA. Or, no, you can. ETA of 30 minutes for it to download and decompress the base one. So I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Or probably not that long, but, you know. You know, I get up and I just realized I forgot to grab the tea from the refrigerator that I made. I actually gave up Diet Coke. Let me go grab my tea. Okay, now I have a fresh pitcher of unsweetened iced tea. Like, I've gone through a lot of life changes. Although it did not stop me from visiting World of Coca-Cola in Atlanta. The post went up on Friday. For those who aren't aware, on Patreon, largely because I didn't actually expect to come back to making content as of yet. Like, literally, I'm not going to turn on my webcam, but my apartment is currently a lot of empty shelves and boxes. My storage unit is slowly filling up. And I was like, I have historically not gone through this well, but I also have had a lot more energy. And the honest fact of the matter is I am going to be trying to live full time off what little money I can get off of YouTube. I don't know if I will succeed, but leaving New Jersey is going to cut my cost of living expenses to literally a fourth of what they are. And I wish it was under different circumstances. That's really all. Like, it has been this constant chewing. It's part of why I haven't been live streaming, because I haven't really wanted to talk about this, and I live my life with my heart on my shoulder. Trying to be something that you're not just leads to pain and suffering. A lesson I learned the hard way. But the situation that led me to come back to New York City after I left in 2009 and then forcibly dragged me back here. Forcibly is not the right word, but there was a lot of pressure to do so. Wasn't complete. It has been an ongoing nightmare that I have been unable to wake up from, which is just an extension of what has been a large portion of my life. And at this point, I am actually, I am literal weeks away from just not being here. And it feels good to say that. It really does feel good to say that, just because, you know, it's more real. I'm not saying at the moment where I'm going, aside from the fact that it's not close. It is likely excess paranoia, all things considered. I really don't think anyone's going to try finding me. I've been... But there's a very good chance that I am simply going to just be completely living out of my car for at least part of the time. This is by choice. It's not by... Push comes to shove, I have options. But the options come with such a high cost that I can't do it anymore. It has cost me my health. and my sanity and more. You can't live your life when it's just constant. Cat. This is why I haven't been streaming. Because I was worried. For me to stream and keep a dialogue going, I have to talk. I've gotten a lot more comfortable with silence over the last several months. I haven't been alone, but it's knowing that that phone will no longer ring. It's knowing that you're not going to have to... For someone who has never been allowed to know silence, it is the single most blissful thing. And most people will not be able to relate to that. To those who do, I'm sorry you've had to go through similar experiences. Because it sucks. And part of how I'm getting by it is I intend to write it. I don't know when it's going to happen, but at some point I want to write a book. I don't know if my first book is going to be talking about my life, because I know that a fair number of people started following me because I do weird things with vintage computing, and then have actually stuck through and follow me for aspects beyond. I have a second channel where it's technically the one that I really focused YouTube first on. This channel goes to 2006, but I unlisted the videos that were on it, which was basically a Minecraft Let's Play. My first attempt at making a YouTube series during the pandemic. Which, honestly, I had fun with, but I don't enjoy Minecraft that much. I just don't. I could potentially have done Factorio. I enjoy that game a lot more, but I can't play it nonstop, day in, day out, like some live streamers do. But, it's... The VAX is the first time I've felt inspired with a vintage computer project in I don't know how long. The IBM AIX one, I basically went over the top with the hope that if I did so, I could break out the rut I had found myself in. But that rut wasn't related to YouTube. It was related to things that have been in my life going up to this point. And being a content creator full-time really boils down to being able to make content full-time. Hypothetically, the math, I can make it work. As it stands right now, between what I make on YouTube and what I make on Patreon, I should just be barely able to survive. Realistically, long-term, I have to double that number. It has to get to about $20,000 a year annual. If I can get to $20,000 a year, I can afford to pay maintenance on the car, I can afford actual rent, I can apply for financial aid should I need it down the line. And that is a viable goal. If my channel, basically I have to grow my channel to about 50k subscribers, and I have to regularly put out content. I reach those two things, and I am okay. Financially, I'm okay. But I really hate that I don't want to be saying I'm streaming because I am financially between... Let me take a moment because I kind of want to get off this topic. There's been some things about the channel that have been happening behind the scenes that have not been good for my life. I enjoy entertaining people, but I was hoping to do so in a way that was different than what happened. This channel was a result of both the pandemic and my desire to actually try and create something. And it's evolved along with me, but it's also it has been a good influence in my life, but it's it brought certain things to a point that it was going to happen anyway too, and it's why I just walked away for so many months. I actually spent a good bit of that time doing soul searching. I've been reading a fair number of books on a lot of topics, which, to be honest, have helped. My day-to-day has been a drastic improvement. That's about all I can say. I wish I could had more to say about the Vax, but I mean, what can I really say at this point? We are literally watching a progress bar. But at least you're watching a progress bar with commentary. I actually enjoyed Georgia chopsticks. Um, to give you an idea of what my life is currently being like, for me to realistically leave what is the only part of the United States that has good transportation. Now, I'm using the word good here with a very loose term, because public transit in the United States is pretty shit. It's Europe. Europe is not as good as most Americans think it is, but it is generally better than what 95% of Americans will have. And I grew up in the heart of the absolute best transit system in the country. Chicago could technically make a claim that the L is better, but the New York City subway is a 24-hour system of 366 miles that will bring you anywhere within a 50-mile square area of the... Yeah, pretty much a 50-mile square area. SimH can emulate one of these. I would not emulate a MicroVAX because it's going to be very slow and there is a learning curve involved. You don't want it... The time from when you make the mistake and when the mistake breaks your build is measured in minutes. If there is a guide, actually, let me link it. There is a guide to running NetBSD and SimH. Hold on. I'm actually, well, I actually use ManDB quite a bit, so I actually I want the full experience. I mean, I'm installing X on a machine that doesn't have a frame buffer, but I would like to see if we can actually get that frame buffer to do anything. Let's get NeoFetch in full proper color, because we could attach a remote X server to it. I'm going to actually, maybe, that's a good fit. When we get a little further into the install, I'll open up the VMware terminal, I'll start installing it. Yep. Yes, the emulator run, SimH is not a particularly efficient emulator, so on a modern system, efficient's the wrong term here. I don't know what it uses for CPU timing on default settings. It runs much faster than what most VAX systems would actually have run at, because as you can tell, this is real hardware. It doesn't look any different than the emulator, because the real hardware had a serial port on it, and let's be honest, SimH did not have to worry about emulating a graphics buffer. They were extreme. DEC had some, but they were extremely rare. I think they showed up one year at VCF. I skipped VCF this year. I just could not do it with everything that was going on. So the free BSDs are actually quite different from each other, although they are superficially the same. In many ways, NetBSD, I feel like, is BSD 4.3, but it's been kept to date with modern standards, and it has been ported to everything and everything else. The only thing that NetBSD does not run on, ironically enough, is Itanium. And funny enough, because the VAX toolchain in GCC got a massive, and I do mean a massive rewrite recently, VAX support in GCC is going to outlive support for Itanium. It is a thing of beauty. Yeah, hold on. Let me actually turn off the StreamBot's moderation. I keep getting distracted on doing that. Let me see here. So that is CloudBot. Yeah, here we go. CloudBot. Mod tools. I'm just going to... Okay, we just clicked the off button. I can turn... So let's turn off... Oh, that's interesting. So there is a way to actually let it permit for the mods. I started a wiki page. This is like part of the everything I'm doing behind the scenes, because at the moment I'm waiting on more packing supplies. I'm putting everything in large plastic tubs to make it easier to move, and I ran out. More came today, but they went to my UPS store, and that just sucks because it's a very large, bulky box. The moderator bot should not delete things anymore. Yeah. I mean, I have a bit of a soft spot for Itanium because the pinball video is what actually got me well known, to the point that when I show up at cons, people know who I am before I get there. It's had its ups and downs. Let me put it to you like that. Also, YouTube is complaining that the bitrate of the stream is lower than the recommended bitrate. I don't think that's a problem. I am logged in. I have access to a Windows machine on the same network as the VAX. It's on the same L2 segment. I also have a Linux VM running on the same network that I have shell access to. And I basically glued together I used SSH to make a quick and dirty VPN. And then I ran SSH from this machine. There is actually there's a second screen session running, which I'm not going to pull up, but I put the message in it so I remember it. This is a load-bearing SSH screen session. Do not close. I mean, here's what it boils down to. We are quite literally using literal order of magnitude processing power per viewer than this computer is using to display its terminal and has in total. I mean, that's how you put it, because we are literally watching a video stream of a console that tops out at 9,600 bytes per second. YouTube is a little bit weird about their base. I think what it is that it's sending so little data that YouTube, the bitrate is high enough that it shouldn't care. You know what? I'm also going to move the stream around. I just realized the stream elements should not be where they are. They should be down here. For what we're doing, I think they're better in the lower left-hand corner. There we go. I am hoping to start streaming more regularly. Oh, someone just donated. Hold on. I don't have the window up. Michael Anderson, thank you for the $20 tip. Thank you. It really does make a difference. Like, the last several weeks have just been complete shit. There's no way to describe it. It's... I basically... I guess it's 2 weeks ago to the... maybe 3 weeks, but I think it's only been 2. I was having such a bad day. The car has proven to be... It hasn't proven to be a bad car, but it's a 15-year-old Prius, which means it is showing its age. And I am worried it's going to become a money pit Prius. But I haven't... If it starts doing that, I will get rid of it. But I do have a check engine light, and I had to have brakes done on it. But I'm only about... I got the car for under $1,000 Blue Book, and it was listed for under $2,000 Blue Book, but I went through a dealership, so that included the dealer taxes, New Jersey sales tax, the registration, the yada, yada, yada. Like, it's... So, like, it was, you know, you never get the sticker price at the sticker price. When the car went to the mechanic, the only serious fault they found was the brake control arms were shot. So, but that was well, that and the headlights had cracked. The car had been in Florida, and then it had, as far as I can tell, it had been foreclosed on and sold at auction. The headlights had basically were in incredibly poor condition, and they're not great, even new. And they're these HID bulbs that supposedly are supposed to last the life of the car, which is an ominous statement from Toyota. But, so I had those replaced. So the brake job and the headlights came to 1.7 in total. It also it's been popping a very intermittent check engine code of O2 sensor low voltage, which at this point I'm nearly convinced is the wiring. The problem is that you have to get to the wiring from under the damn car, which means I can't do it myself. So at this point, though, but what it happened, and it also has a problem that it has an electrical problem in the dashboard, but that one I know what the problem is. I can fix it. I literally just have to take the dashboard apart, and that's just waiting for me to actually do it. So let me put it like this. The fact that I went to Florida and back in the car and I only paid $100 and I think it was like I drove it for literally when I bought the car, the odometer was at 207,000 miles. It is now at 211,000 miles. I have actually put 3,000 miles on this car in less than 3 weeks because I was having a really terrible day. So I went to the parking lot where the car was parked. I decided, it was 2 in the morning, and I decided, you know what? I am going to go for a drive. I had just gotten the Easy Pass for the car. It still had its temporary license plates. I got on I-95, and I didn't stop. I had driven across I had driven from New Jersey. I was in Virginia when I finally pulled over for fuel. And it only took $15 for the tank at 1/3. And at that point, I was like, fuck it. I'm just going to see how far I go. As it turns out, I went all the way to Key West. I literally ran out of road. I took it all the way to Key West. I car camped the entire way. I slept in the... Figuring out how to sleep in a Prius is an interesting logistical challenge, but it is actually quite comfortable if you use an air mattress. You don't have a lot of room, and if I was to do this long term, I would go back to the drawing board, but this worked really good. And then I would just call up truck stops. Most of them are completely fine if you are sleeping in your car. So I just call ahead, and I just basically, and then you have access to a shower right there. I mean, I basically did an entire Florida road trip vacation for, I think it came to like $800, including gas, except for the last day. Last day, I had some stuff, and I sprang for a motel for one night, because I was in Pennsylvania, it had been an incredibly bad night, and I did not feel safe driving, and I just, like, I could afford one night. So... Richard Gray, I literally was attempting to bike across the country, as in a bicycle, in February of 2020. No points of guessing on how that trip ended, but I am hoping to go for a rematch in 25. The Prius, the problem is the gas mileage. Furthermore, this car needs to get me out of New Jersey. I don't even want to think about what it would take to have a camper van on the streets of Jersey. So the current plan of the car is to take it to the west. I'm taking it far. I'm taking it west, but, well, you'll see how far I go. It's going to be far, and I'm probably going to have to do this drive more than once. At this point, I'm expecting to do multiple transcontinental drives in this car, because one of the big steps going forward is I am not going to have a lot of storage space. So what I've been doing is I've been finding people to take some of the more valuable items from my collection. I'm basically rehoming as much as I can. So some of it's going to friends in Chicago, some may be going up north, some is going deep south. Like, I am going to be driving and just basically getting rid of it all. So the MPG was the single most deciding factor of the car. When it is not the most deciding factor, because I do have a place that I can stay at for the foreseeable future, I may very well sell the Prius and get something else, because the money that goes into it will come back out. So realistically, I could probably, I mean, I got it for $6K. I put another $2,000 in it. I can probably sell it for $6 to $7K, especially with the knowledge that the drivetrain, the maintenance, has all been recently checked out, and it has recently done extended driving. Which means, which is actually how I bought my RAV4. I was living in Alaska. Someone had bought a RAV4 to tow a trailer to Alaska. They sold the car, and I took it back to Florida. I have driven to Key West multiple times, just to put this in context. So I don't know what is going to happen long term, because unfortunately Plan A hit a snag. It's not off the table, but we'll see. Again, I'm writing this on Patreon posts, so if you really want the details, check there. Well, it's stalled. I guess it's almost done. I hope. I mean, chat, this is going to take a few hours to install now that I think about it. Oh, no, there it goes. Look, it's downloading the next set. This is the really small set, so this should go fast. Is chat not updating for me? I'll refresh chat. Oh, yeah, it's not updating. Okay, let's see here. Come on. Streamlabs. Alright, fine, I'll look on YouTube. I don't know. It's both liberating and scary to talk about some of this, because I don't like saying that I'm doing something until I'm actually doing it, because it creates this expectation, but in this case, it feels much more liberating to be able to actually talk about it. Technically, this is all we need for a bootable system, but I actually do want the compiler, and we might as well install the everything. Plus, I'm actually curious of how long it's going to take to install the everything. Like, if I really hated my life, we could install package source. That would probably... I have done it in an emulator. It took a while. It took a really long while. Hey, I don't know if I'm saying this right. Neon G-Kun. I hope I said that close enough. I have seen the system go down in flames. When it was trying to mop boot, it would keel over pretty regularly, but DEC doesn't believe in error messages as best I can tell because Ultrix doesn't seem to have any. So. I think I'm just going to kind of just be chillax here for the moment, just because, I don't know, like, I feel like I just let a big weight off my shoulders. Well, we were on the serial console. It's just not a chatty operating system. So, this VAX has 32 megabytes of RAM. The general discussion we've had on Discord, and my personal theory is that it was almost, the hard drive had a Files 11 disk label, but it only had random data. It didn't look like a wear pattern. It looked like, it probably was used as a scratch disk. Because 32 megabytes of RAM is going to be expensive, but I could basically just see that someone just bought this in DEC, plugged it into the network, and typed the 3 commands you have to type in VMS to add a new machine to the cluster, and it was done. This feels like this machine this is the first time this machine, as far as we know, has ever had an operating system installed. Because, like I said, there was nothing but scratch data on its hard drive. I mean, but you really have to appreciate that a machine of this age is talking without problem, is successfully downloading files from the modern internet, which really goes to show you. I mean, it'd even be able to run an IPv6 if it need to. JJ, but yours isn't yours is probably not a 25 megahertz MicroVAX with no backplane. The original operating system was almost certainly VMS. It could have technically been Ultrix, but I have my doubts. I can't imagine why you would want a diskless Ultrix system in '93 when this system was out. DEC had Ultrix available on their MIP stations, but at this point, DEC was going to really be trying to get people onto Alpha and True 64. So I cannot imagine that this system ran anything but VMS. I'm not actually people tell me Ultrix should work on this VAX, but it fell over trying to NetBoot. Yeah, the way the cluster product basically worked is you basically had a central VAX system, and the whole thing was connected over DECnet. And then the Files 11 file system could be you could shard it. In many ways, it is not dissimilar to what you can do with ZFS in the current day, but much more flexible. It was a combination of both what ZFS is and a full SAN, and it's one of the main reasons why VMS is still still has a fair bit of relevance, because realistically, nothing has the equivalency of Files 11. It has a full version file system. I would love to get it running, but I have to learn how this system behaves, especially if I'm going to dive into something completely alien. And I really do want to spend some time running NetBSD on it, because let's be honest, NetBSD 10 dropped in 2024, and it's running on this VAX. It's had some problems running on this VAX, but it is running on this VAX. Yep. It is a, this is a MicroVAX 3100 M30. It is a 25 megahertz one. It is a very slow one. It is running considerably faster under NetBSD 10 than it was before, but it's also not. It's not net booted. It's running. I mean, it's running off a RAM disk. It's not doing NFS root, so that could be all the difference. Like, it's why I want to do some benchmarks and some tests. I mean, we're getting much closer to what I would expect for system performance, which is 156 kilobytes per second. I mean, in megabits, what does that work out to be in megabits? It is... We're getting 1.4 megabits per second. We... Oh, yeah, hold on. This is probably kilobytes per second. Yeah, this is kilobytes per second. Hold on, let's try that math again. What am I doing wrong? I mean, that's kilobytes, isn't it? I don't know. It's still... I want to see what it does with Ultrix, because it still seems slower than what it should be. Yep. As usual, if you enjoy this content, please like and subscribe. I have actually already made a good chunk of progress on editing the video together. I'm hoping to put the video out this... Well, this week may be optimistic, but I'm hoping it's probably going to be 2 weeks. It will be almost certainly the last video I do in this apartment. And it feels good. It honestly does feel good. 1.5 megabit. We estimated the system bus tops out at 3 megabits. Which, if it's maxing out the network and it's maxing out SCSI, then yeah, I mean, 1.5 megabits on the network, 1.5 megabits out to the SCSI hard drive. That would be pretty much what I would expect from this. So, okay, yeah, that is actually about right. Yeah, theoretically we could make this faster, although I don't know if the processor is socketed. Like I said, it's in another country from me that I cannot access. Well, I mean, I could go, I have a passport, I could go, but it's not here in the room. It would be a long drive to go to it. And then I'd have to show up at my mod's house and saying, can I please do something with the MicroVAX? I broke it. But if anything actually has to be done, Black BCD will look at it when he gets up. You know what that could be kilobits. That actually does make sense. But I do, of the 3 BSDs, OpenBSD kept its... When did Open... They kept it for a long time, but I think they killed it in 2000... When did they end the... OpenBSD VAX was discontinued after the 5.9 release. So, 5.9 was the last one. We might do a stream of putting OpenBSD on it. Although I'm like, meh. I have no inclination to run OpenBSD on this system. Yeah, I mean, support, and it was released, the last release was 2012 of OpenBSD that had VAX support. It probably wouldn't be that hard to re-add it, but Theo's message on removing it is that NetBSD can't be cross-compiled like NetBSD can. In fact, that's how the official builds were done for 7.1. They were cross-built from x86. So it's one of the reasons why NetBSD's VAX port basically refuses to die, because you can cross-compile it from a modern computer with a single command, and then you can test it in SimH. So the core operating system actually works fairly well. Package source has problems. Package source has some very serious problems, but the basic Unix part, Unix-like, because it's not been created in the Murray Hill region of New Jersey, so we can only call NetBSD a sparkling Unix-like, not actually a Unix. I have actually considered, I actually spent some time looking. Chat, it's going to take an hour to install the compiler. Oh, Lord. That I installed X. Oh man, this is going to be a really long stream. You know what I should have done? And I'm sitting here kind of kicking myself for not have done it earlier. Is I could have decompressed the archives, although I don't think it's actually... You know, this system is fast enough that gzip should not be having a significant performance impact. Like, it should not... Obviously, one of the concerns that we were having is that the hard drive might have been running in PIO mode, because it was running so slow over DD. But this is getting 100 kilobytes per second, decompressing with gzip. This is cool retro term by Swordfish90. It helped me find a 10-year-old bug in lib readline because it sets bad terminal information. If you do want to use this, make sure you set your locale information properly. This is going to take this may take longer than I expected. Like, this may be considerably slower than expected. And the odds are I might have, if something goes wrong with the record, which I have not always had the best luck with both live streaming and recording at the same time, I might have to do this a second time just for the actual video. Although at least it's a set it and forget it sort of thing. I am trying to think if this is the slowest thing I've ever installed NetBSD on. It probably is. I'm trying to think if the next station is actually slower than the VAX. Because that is a... Well, it's a... It's comparable. Yeah, the problem... I believe... I don't actually know if this VAX... The VAX does have a floppy drive. It sees it as a... It's listed as a tape device in the bootloader. Hypothetically, I could get BSD 4.3 partially running. I would realistically have to write a new VAX definition file. This machine is too new for BSD 4.3, but it could conceivably boot the mini root. I would actually have to try that in an emulator first to see, because when you first install 4.3, it has to boot from tape. If the floppy disk is actually seen as a tape, then I could conceivably see getting 4.3 to at least run its mini root. I don't think it would be installed. I don't want to put the effort to write a driver for the hard drive, because I'd have to write a SCSI stack and screw that. I'm not doing that. And 4.3 doesn't have any remote file system. If I wanted to get something that, like a full VAX operating system working, I'd probably have to go with Mach. Mach is the only thing I could think of that would be older than Ultrix, runs on a VAX, could conceivably be modified to run on this VAX, and has a remote network interface. That would be RFS. That would be Apple's remote file system. I have to think about that. I don't even know the source code to any of the Mach VAX kernels exist. You know what? Neozine would know that one. I should actually, you know what? I will ask him on Discord, because that actually sounds like a fascinating project. So let me get on here. Like, if anyone's going to know, it's going to be Neozine, because Neozine has actually gotten a bunch of the old Mach stuff running on x86, and I've worked with him on previous projects. We did the Darwin rebuild together, and we've done a few other things together. I'm actually going to be right back. AWD42, one of the first things I want to do is I want to get Unix Bench running. I want to run it on NetBSD 10. I want to run it on 7.1, which is what I had running on this. And I want to have it running on NetBSD 4.1. And if we can convince it to run, I will run it on Ultrix, both diskless and not diskless. So I want to see here. I'm going to stand and stretch for a moment. I'll be back. This both is and is not faster than I thought it would be. NeoFetch will run on this. In fact, we have a choice. We can try and install Bash through package source, or we could try and compile it. I know for a fact you can compile it in SimH directly. I have not had much success with package source, but it is an option. Bash is not in the base system, but we could... there is binaries available. We should be able to package at it. Because it might take an actual day for it to compile Bash from source. It takes about 45 minutes in SimH, and SimH is much faster than this. Yeah, we could try pfetch. Pfetch would be interesting on this. I've run it on a few systems, although running NeoFetch has kind of been the tradition on the channel. But assuming it boots and it installs and boots, because it started the install kernel without a problem. The NeoFetch archive has been archived. Oh, has the developer called it? Oh, it has been archived. Oh, that's depressing. Do they have a reason? I don't see a reason. I hope the offer's okay. Let me look on his... They haven't been active in a long time. I'm looking at their GitHub right now. Their last active contributions were basically in 2021. And they have been largely inactive for the last 2 years on GitHub. Well, I'll try high fetch. I'm happy to try something newer or different. That being said, at the rate this is going, there is a semi-hard stop in my day at 9. I want to move the car. I also have to hit the UPS store. So if this is still going by then, which it might, may become a silent stream. I have to pick up that package from the UPS store. I want to find a less shitty parking spot. I am technically in a legal spot as of right now, but I am not very happy with it. I also will go get breakfast when I grab it. Yeah. I mean, this should... Let's see here. It's... going at 100 kilobyte, approximately 80 to 100 kilobytes per second. It took 16 hours to write out the hard drive, and that was going at about 70 kilobytes per second. From the installer said the installed system size is about 640, so this should take about 4 hours, give or take. Python on this would be a fascinating experiment in pain. So unlike say ARM for many years, this does have a floating point unit. It is a non-triple-E floating point unit. And this causes some fascinating things to break. Like, SQLite is broken on this machine. Well, it's broken on VAX, but it's broken. We are currently watching NetBSD install compilers on a 25 megahertz. It proved to be a lot easier to get this to install than I was expecting. I was actually expecting we were going to have to do it but manually. I did not expect that the RAM disk kernel would just boot. I have noticed that the ETA can slip on this, but I mean, it's going down by several seconds, so... Yeah, it's non-triple-E. It's very similar to non-triple-E, specifically VAX floating point mode G. There's four. Yeah, there are four different ones. It's not 8087 levels of strange, but things at least expect an 8087 if they are of age, and modern Intel processors obviously have IEEE floating point. Whoop, someone gave me thank you, Anon, for the $32.33 contribution. All right, Sad Mac, have some good sleep. Thank you for the subscription, Invisible Sandwich TM. That is an amazing username. I don't tend to get a lot of subscribers on when I'm live. I do get some. Like, the streams over the last 24 hours actually got quite a bit. It's 4 a.m. here. So, yeah. There's something... I was planning on doing this today anyway, but I was going to wait until the sun was up in my region of the world. But I'm also like... F that. So you know what? I'm gonna light some incense sticks. I'm just... Where are all my incense sticks? Well, I got a package of them. They're sandalwood. Sorry, I'm sitting at my desk. I'm just looking at the ticket that was on my car. They actually ticketed me, according to the ticket, at 6:19 a.m. yesterday. I saw the ticket at 10 p.m. It's in the car's in a spot where I can leave it for about 24 hours or longer. So my concern is, I mean, it is a Saturday here in Jersey City, but I'm a little worried on where I parked it is not actually okay. I had trouble finding spots, so I do want to move it. I don't know. I mean, how early do you think the city is going to be awake? I mean, the one thing I discovered about this process is that the Jersey City the Jersey City municipality website, you can not pay your tickets online between 10 p.m. and 2 a.m. Yeah. At least the progress bar is moving in visibly real time. Well, I mean, chaotic system, you're not wrong, but let me put it like this: What's the earliest you think that meter maid is going? Ooh, excuse me. Start wandering. You know what? I can actually look this up. Because, you know, the absolute kicker is if I pay this ticket and then I get a ticket for the same damn thing. But there was literally no parking. I tried to put the car in a lot because I couldn't find anything. The lot was full. Like, I got back home at 11 a.m. It's currently 4 a.m. The odds that a spot has freed up are actually quite low because it means that someone has to wake up. That's why I'm waiting until 9, but I'm worried that there's a second chance that I end up with a ticket on the car. But if there's a ticket on the car, then I have 2 tickets in the car. As long as I pay them, they are parking violations. There are no lasting consequences as long as I pay them and as long as I'm not getting them in the hundreds. Well, I got the ticket on Friday. It is now Saturday. I'm also parked literally next to the parking sign, but it's between 2 driveways, and I was parked in what I didn't realize. There was a no parking sign. I did see it, but the pavement was completely flat, and there was no markings in the road to say that there's no parking. But they also have recently been doing road work and paved there. This weekend, there's something going on in the city, like actually, they said the Trump trial was delayed due to a 3-day weekend, and I was like, what 3-day weekend? But both the state of New York and the state of New Jersey have a bunch of state holidays that the feds don't, so it's not uncommon for there to be a day where city services are just not running. And even my building management has been sending me letters. I think it's one of the Jewish holidays is coming up, so that would explain it. I believe that, I don't know, I believe the install script is written in actually shell. I do believe it is actually a shell script. I've never actually taken it apart, but from what I've seen, it really does look like it's just... You can do a lot of stuff with a shell, with good knowledge of deep shell scripting. It's just... It's fallen out of favor for things like Bash. And it's probably a good thing, but... I mean, one of the big things about NetBSD is that the entire core operating system... I think there's been some talk of using Rust, but... Actually, you know, I'm going to look that up. Yeah, I mean, the biggest reason why they probably will never adopt Rust in NetBSD, and that's what this thread is coming to, is that LLVM doesn't actually target all that many hardware platforms. It's been catching up on GCC, but let's be honest, GCC is the 9,000-pound gorilla, and it's earned that position because it is very hard to find a platform that GCC does not target. Yeah, Val, but I mean, what it comes down to is it will be a sad day if and when VAX support finally falls out of BSD, because it does mean that effectively there will be no more modern Unix or Unix likes for the VAX. I mean, I've used Unix systems since I had access to my father's shell account when I was a kid, so I've used them for a very long time. So, well, GCC has just gone a mad. Someone implemented the full mode CC compiler needed for VAX. Presumably, the C++ front end also works, but the C compiler is in good health. It has just gotten a major overhaul. It is literally going to outlast Titanium support. I just don't know if it's actually landed in the toolchain, but there is the GCC mode. Well, you know what? We'll see what version of GCC is installed. I think it's GCC 10 is what's in the comp package. I know that there was some effort to try and get NetBSD to compile with PCC. I don't know how far they actually got on that. Actually, that may have been OpenBSD and not NetBSD, but... I mean, C++ was created on... No, it was created on VAX. I mean, at that point, Unix was only on the PDP-11 for a relatively short period of time. AT&T with DEC created Ultrix. That was the 32-bit port of VAX. This is the original Ultrix, not Ultrix v4. But all the BSD, BSD3 and BSD4 was all VAX. BSD2 was PDP-11, although I do believe there was a VAX port of it. Yep. Yep. This is well, we're using a terminal emulator because I don't have a DEC VT100. I mean, that is actually what it boils down to. Also, it's in a different country. The VAX system is in a different country. Yeah. I mean, if you can get it working on SimH, Val, I would be fascinated to see if this system could actually compile a Rust binary. LLVM is notoriously memory hungry, and the Rust-C toolchain is remarkably slow. Like, it would be funny, because in theory, all the major functionality of NetBSD should work. I should have full threading. I should have full async. It should all just work. NetBSD is a little... NetBSD doesn't have a lot of features, but it has all the essentials. It really just shows up in places these days who want an embedded Unix platform that isn't Linux. Because OpenBSD is... I should actually try a modern version of OpenBSD before I write it off, but I have not been impressed by it in the past. Yep. So the VAX system is hooked up to a... It is currently in the rack at one of my Discord mods. The same mod gave me access to a Windows terminal. It's a VMware machine running Windows Terminal Server that I have access to. The VAX itself is also on a smart power switch, so I can turn it off and I can turn it on from a web browser, which is how I've been doing it. On the same network, there is a Linux VM, which is what I'm... Like, if I hit Control-D here, Control-A, Control-D... Oh, hold on, I gotta be on the right terminal. You can see that this is... Why does it need to install all that for NeoFetch? Yeah, so this is the... it's a Debian VM that's on the same network. And if we look... I am telnetted to a telnet to serial adapter that is plugged into the physical console port of the VAX. I can also telnet to it. It's on the same network. If I do telnet 10... Well, I can't do it right now because it's installing, but... Oh yes, and there's the load. This is the load-bearing SSH session. If I kill that screen session, I get kicked out of the network. So what I'm using is I have a quick and dirty VPN that I'm basically doing out of SSH. I SSH out of this network to a machine I control. I then SSH to that machine from here, and then I jump host into Skywalker. So that's how this all works. No, this machine, we're not bottlenecked on console I/O. I mean, we're not exactly showing a whole lot on the console. Yeah, I've heard that the OpenBSDs basically become... its bread and butter is basically PF, and conversely pfSense. I've heard a lot of good things about pfSense. I've also heard a lot of bad stuff, but not as much as I've heard good stuff. And networking tends to run a lot on hopes and prayers. But I mean, I guess it makes sense that OpenBSD has basically adopted the banner of PF because it lacks anything like mandatory access controls. It claims to be the most secure operating system, but let's be realistic. It's running no services aside from SSH on first boot and has virtually no software except for what's in the ports collection. So what it comes down to is that it's a very niche thing for one application. And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, that's essentially what Illumos has become. What's the company? Not Joylent, the modern one. I honestly can't think of the name of it. They're doing a bunch of very cool VM stuff with Illumos as basically their embedded internal operating system because it's a bunch of old Sun folk. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're right. I was more thinking OpenBSD as a general purpose operating system, but realistically speaking, I mean, having spent a lot of time running original Unix and having compared it to Linux, I completely understand why so many people thought Linux was garbage back in the day. Well, I'm just looking at the stream delay. I didn't realize it was that high. I just realized the stream at the stream that I'm seeing in the studio console, it just saw me tabbing out of to the host system. I think a lot of it, though, is that Linux has just gone to shit. Debian's been having maintenance problems for a while now. It was starting to become a problem when I was working full-time on Ubuntu. Because, I don't want to say systemd was the problem in and of itself, but a lot of problems with Debian's maintenance became evident around that time. And it has just kind of gotten worse since then. These days, I personally do not find Ubuntu usable as a daily driver. I will use it as a command line system because it's everywhere and it's convenient. But I honestly been starting to use Debian more and more because it irritates me less. Because it doesn't have snaps. But I am finding that both Ubuntu and Debian are just more increasingly broken with every release. Like, it is just bit rotting to death because no one cares. The only thing that people are running Ubuntu for is basically stuff in the cloud for like Charms and Juju. And realistically, meanwhile, IBM is basically keeping Intel alive for all the customers that migrated off Unix in the 90s, but Red Hat has not shown any... I have not seen anything exciting come out of Red Hat in over a decade. On top of that, Apple has done what an entire industry consortium hasn't and actually ship a product on an ARM processor that works. That was real fun considering how long I worked on. That's a rant for a different day. Yeah, I've heard Fedora is about as good as it gets as far as Linux daily driving, but I don't. RPM irritates me just in general. I have too many bad memories of dealing with RPM drift. On top of that, you have to upgrade Fedora fairly regularly, which is never a fun experience because the old releases only have support for 1 month once they go out of service. So you basically have to upgrade. It's not as bad as, say, Arch, where you basically have to keep running Pacman SYU regularly. But I like sitting on LTS releases. I find it makes my life a lot simpler. Yeah, I mean, my VPS is running in Ubuntu, but I don't know. It's like I've had so many problems. Like my problem with CentOS is that you get the choices you have as far as you can either run RHEL itself or CentOS, depending on the flavor. I think you can get RHEL for free these days, but there's no realistic upgrade path. You just stuck on it, and keeping RHEL running as a daily desktop driver is like, please God, no. Meanwhile, you have to deal with everything that happens with Fedora. I've heard that KDE has gone quite a bit better. I've heard that KDE, but I tried KDE for about 2 months before I called Linux a lost cause and I reinstalled Windows. And at this point, I'm basically living off a MacBook Pro, and it's not been perfect because I really do find the Mac ports and Homebrew to suck. And I have to keep a Linux VM around for a bunch of other things. But it also hasn't frustrated me on a daily basis like Windows 11 or Linux has. Yeah. My problem with KDE is the same problem I have with it since version 3. KDE has a lot of flexibility in customs, but the defaults are just off enough that it's annoying to use, and it's worse when you have to find the one option to make it work the way you want it to work. Meanwhile, I've really been wondering what it would take. Like, there is a part of me that has been wondering what it would like to go back to running basically Unix as a daily driver. I would not run it directly on Real Metal, but you can run Firefox on any of the BSDs. So my thought was, what if you took a minimal Linux distribution that has the NVIDIA drivers and Wayland and XWayland, so you have actual graphics, and then just run everything over X11 forwarding, like do an old school XDMCP connection to NetBSD, which should still work, and basically daily drive it. You should be able to run Firefox. Firefox should run on NetBSD. It won't run on NetBSD VAX, but it would run on NetBSD. Yep. I mean, yeah, I mean, the Linux plumbing is still okay. The kernel and the basic toolchain are in good health. It's the everything above just feels like it's become complete bit rot. So I wonder if you could realistically do it, because the Achilles heel of running NetBSD as a daily driver is that the driver support sucks. It's okay on a server, but I don't think... Actually, you know what? Let me look it up. What is the current state of... So apparently they have actually managed to port the free... So NVIDIA does release free BSD drivers, probably for Netflix, if I had to make a guess there. So, I mean, I kind of may just... Yeah, I'm going to step away from keyboard for a moment. I think I drank too much tea. Alright, I'm back. I've run the gauntlet. When I was working at Canonical, I was almost entirely laptop-based because I was the gopher. I was the problem that would go someplace and make problems go away. So I lived my entire life on a laptop and SSH, which is why you give me a remote console, I can quite literally build a Linux system from scratch on it. I have actually done this with nothing but a command line. What ultimately, so my general, I had better luck with gaming with AMD stuff under Linux because AMD stuff follows the blasted standard. It just kind of works. But if you want to do anything besides gaming, I found that you really did need an NVIDIA card. DaVinci Resolve. Let's find something. This music is not doing it for me. Let's find something a little bit more. Make sure YouTube safe mode is still on. I am paying for a subscription. Well, I'm on the trial, but if the subscription works, the subscription works. You know what? No, I don't want to listen to hype bass. Let's see. There's got to be something here that's nice. You know what? There's something here called The Lounge. Is it playing? Did I break it? There we go. Oh, God, sorry. I am... Oh, the whole thing with the car and the ticket has been a little bit stressful. I have very large technical grievances with System D. I also have very large problems with Leonard. I've had to deal with Leonard's messes in the past. Pulse Audio was really a pain to work with until he moved on to System D, after which it's become better. And I'm kind of hoping this cycle repeats. Although System D has gone to the point that at least it doesn't freaking irritate me on a day-to-day basis. Sorry. I'm not trying to be like super rage mode tonight. It's just I've been running the emotional gauntlet, and I've definitely been burning on both ends. Oh, I did not want music with vocals. You know what? Let's try trance. I've used Pretzel Rocks back when I used to stream on Mixer. But it's been a very long time since. Maybe it was on Twitch. I don't know if Pretzel was around there. Like, let's just try the lo-fi. See, one of my biggest concerns is if I ever do a long period live stream, I'm going to have problems with Content ID. But, I mean, I also don't mind if they do revenue sharing on it. It's just, YouTube is such a freaking black box these days that it's like, you have to try something and hope you don't get into trouble to know if it's okay. Like, there's no rules against a live stream running for literal weeks. I mean, Twitch Plays Pokemon was a thing. And technically that was streaming copyrighted music because it was the Pokemon soundtrack. I guess I could probably just download a bunch of tracker music and do that. It may or may not be okay with Content ID, but I prefer to use something that's explicitly royalty okay. Like, I've had problems with OC remix music and the like. System D has actual... The partial problem I have with System D is it was a... Red Hat forced it upon everyone. That was one... Canonical was pushing Upstart at the time, and I felt Upstart was a much more elegant solution, because System D was not rooting itself into every single bit of the freaking system. And it was also entirely dependent on dbus, which at the time was a userland application that most people did not want to have running 24/7. It's now become KDBus, which has at least taken away some of the pain, but having to deal with dbus in memory constrained environments is not fun. On top of that, you have the fact that a lot of applications have developed a hard dependency on System D, like GNOME. KDE has avoided this, but it's the exception, not the rule. But the honest truth of the matter is I'm reaching the point that I almost kind of just want to sit down and go back to a tiled window manager, which I used to use. I used to use a tiled one when I used to use a netbook as a daily driver, because screen real estate was that valuable. Get a nice system like... honestly, I've really been digging... I've been getting used to running Darwin as the daily driver, as my terminal app, because it's a Mac. So I am really coming back around to enjoying the BSD style lifestyle, especially because it feels so much less broken. It hasn't changed in 20 years, but it also hasn't broken in 20 years. Like, I can... And having things like the package source be separate is... I felt that was a very good design decision 10 years ago, especially given the issues that I've learned in practice in maintaining Ubuntu when I was... Well, I'm still a core developer, but I'm not an active core developer. I'm a DD as well. Debian developer. So, like, I know how these systems work, and I've really come to the approach that the BSD splitting off the package repository was a good idea. I mean, that is essentially what NixOS is doing in the current day. And Linux is adopting... It's a freeway waste between Snap, Flatpak, and AppImage of what is really going to be... to catch up to what macOS was, and realistically NextStep was doing 40 years ago. So the problem that you come down to is like if I wanted to do a live stream of NetBSD VAX compiling in NetBSD VAX, which was the original plan for this machine, although and I still plan to do that. I just I'm going to do more than that. That is going to be the last thing I do. I I shouldn't say it like that. It's I will probably what I'll do is have a semi-permanent stream going of NetBSD VAX compiling itself. It's going to take about 3 months. Um, as it stands right now, I don't know what my ability to make content over the next several months is going to look like. I pulled the microphone out of the microphone was attached to the desktop, so I just took it off that desk. I put it on the filming desk. I have it hooked up to the laptop. But the filming desk is not going to exist by the end of May if everything goes as planned. I'm actually just going to toss this table. I like it, but it is a $100 table that came from Wayfair. Big whoop. The last 2 videos I did, I was living in very confined quarters. I was very and I was able to get it done. So I should have some content creation potential. But I don't know what it's going to look like. So having NetBSD VAX basically just compiling in the background as a live stream and keeping the channel active, I like. Because I will be watching it, I will be keeping an eye on it, and I'll be interacting with people in chat. But it also takes a lot less pressure off me to actually have content coming out every day. Especially because I don't know if this new and improved health that I've been enjoying is going to last. I've already had my health collapse out on me before, and I have to think in those terms, sadly. See, I'm just not convinced that Linux on the desktop is viable. Realistically, I felt that if any company was going to pull it off, and I worked for Canonical, the fact of the matter is that desktop stuff is just no one cares. I mean, look at what Windows 11 is, and compare it to Windows 10, and then compare that to Windows 7, and it's hard to say that things have not moved backwards. I mean, let's be honest. Is live tiles a good feature? I mean, at least we start. At least we've gotten the start menu back, for which is an improvement from Windows 8. You know, and I suppose on one hand I feel like I'm becoming a tech Luddite, but you know, the Luddites get mischaracterized by history. Their biggest concern was that the machine was replacing the man. And it kind of has. I mean, there are certain quotes I could say right now that would resonate with far too many people, but their author was also a character that, yeah, let's just say, I'm not the first one to have this opinion. I have always appreciated having a command line to work with something because 9 times out of 10, being able to remote into a system, being able to use a terminal is a much better experience than having to open up our desktop. Especially, but I mean, I'm actually sitting here thinking about it, and you know, I realize use of command line systems is not what it once was. I mean, realistically, you can build and deploy a Node JavaScript web app to the cloud and never once touch the command line throughout that entire process. Maybe at most you would have to like run npm install from but if you were to install Visual Studio Code and then build a Electron app with that, like, the only thing you would ever have to do is update packages.json, and there's front ends for all that. I mean, we have gone to the point that modern day web development is not a text-based, and the web is where all applications is. I mean, I have a fair number of desktop apps installed on the MacBook, but I'm the exception, not the rule. I mean, I have the streaming stuff, I have virtualization, but the number of hours I spend per day in Chrome scares me. I've actually been making a very large effort at cutting back my net usage. I really want to get to the point that the only time I'm on the computer is when I am live streaming or making content. I've been really trying to get back to reading books because it's just a soul-consuming mess. I mean, about a year ago when I was in Europe, it's when the channel went screeching to a halt. Oh, I'm sorry, I am badly congested. Well, Plasma's always, more specifically, KDE's always been a labor of love. They've had some corporate involvement over the years, but they've never had like a corporate backer. So it's why it's got more switches than Emacs. But it is someone I would never recommend to an end user to daily drive KDE. But it's also proven to be a much more coherent thing. Like, I was actually quite impressed with it. It's just running Kubuntu, because at the time I was still running Ubuntu, and having Chrome not work properly because it was trying to use the portal from GTK, and it was like, oh, F this. I know it works a lot better under Fedora, but alright, this track is not. Let's find something better. You know what? I starred a nice bit of music. This is City of Dreams. This was... You know what? I'm going to check on my phone and see if I've gotten any messages from YouTube that they have, dinged me. I do have a message that I've gotten my first 5 memberships. I should probably create some additional price levels there, but I am kind of happy. Like, I have to basically figure out how I want to do that longer term, but there's a lot of stuff I do on Patreon that most people are not going to have interest in. Like, the people who support me on Patreon are the ones who are more interested in my life, especially considering they can... I lost surprisingly little revenue over the 6 months the channel was completely inactive. Like, it decreased from about... I did lose... I had some natural attrition, but a lot of people were there, and it's been rebounding pretty quickly. I've gone from... And I'm hoping by the end of May, it'll actually be back to $600 a month. The all-time high, I think, was $740. And if I can get that number to 1,000, I will... That combined with what I earn off AdSense, I will feel like I will actually have the possibility of I forgot to cancel a subscription that cost me $40. I was experimenting with Shopify and I forgot to cancel it before the trial. RIP. That sucks. I'm looking at it on my phone right now because I don't like logging in to my... I keep a separate user account for live streaming, just so my browser history, I don't want to accidentally dox personal information because my entire life is digital these days. Whose isn't? KSP Atlas, you really learn from experience, and this is something I've learned to appreciate in my 30s, is Keep it simple, stupid is an incredibly simple, good life philosophy. It's like, you know what? My life did not get better by acquiring vintage systems to make this YouTube channel. And at the end of the day, I don't actually need them. I can do 90% of what I do in emulators. And at this point, I've got enough people who are willing to help me that the few things that I do need the hardware, I can put in a rack and never actually touch again. And that's actually what I intend to do with at least one of the RS6000s and hopefully the Power Stack. I basically want to do with that what I has been done with this MicroVAX. So, so with YouTube Premium, I earn a flat percentage based on their actual watch time. YouTube doesn't disclose it, but basically, if you have Premium, I earn a few cents for every minute that you are watching, in place of earning ad revenue. It does break it down. So as long as you have Premium, I still get money as long as the stream is open. But I also don't know if I'm going to get like I said, I got copyright flagged on my last two streams on the VODs. Now those were very, shall we say, slapdash streams. In fact, they're not even showing up on my panel right now. Why are they not there? Oh, because I'm sorting by views, aren't I? Yeah, I'm sorting by views. Yeah, they got listed as, they're listed as revenue sharing. Um, I don't know if I'm going to get money from them or not. YouTube tends to be very weird. Um, like the two streams that I ran yesterday, so 24 hours of streaming, according to YouTube statistics, and it hasn't run them fully, it takes 2 days for them to fully process. It says that I earned $34 while live, but there were no tips on that stream. Let me look at one that did not get flagged. Like the Illumo stream where I failed to build it has earned $80 over the course of its life, but it doesn't break down how much of that from when I was. Oh wait, hold on. Yes, it does. How much content creation I have earned for, yeah, it's like it varies from stream to stream, especially based on the topic. Like the Illumo stream, it says for every 1,000 views I get $10, so it does vary. But what it realistically breaks down to is I get about a few hundred. It tends to work out mathematically that I get about $500 to $600 from Patreon per month, and that goes into my business. I then get a royalty check from YouTube that goes to me directly. I could move that to the LLC, but I've been basically taking that as quote unquote my cut, because the LLC also handles things like paying for the Mastodon server. It pays for the Pretzel subscription. It is paying for the storage unit. It handles basically all the infrastructure that my life is. So that's how I've divided it. I might change that in the future, but it has worked well enough for now. Because it's basically I have a clear divide between me and the channel. And I don't know if anyone actually cares about this, but chat, what am I supposed to talk about? It's a progress bar. Also, I think the music cut out. I think I forgot to press play. I think I just had a lot of pent up stuff that, because I worked for Mixer. Live streaming has been a part of my life for a long time, even though I haven't actually done all that much content creation. Like, when you look at someone like XQC or Ninja, they probably, on average, have 500 to 600 hours per month streamed. Like, they basically, for the ones that make the stupid ass of YouTube bucks, it is literally 6 hours, 6 days a week, 10 8 to 10 hours a day. I might realistically be able to do that, but I also have trouble coming up with that many ideas. But I definitely want to be much more aggressive. Like, normally I would have just done the entire video. I wouldn't have live streamed this. But part of that has been my discomfort with live streaming. No, discomfort is not the right word there. I don't know. A fear of appearances is the way I'm going to put it. It's actually part of why I'm not using the webcam at the moment, because obviously I'm streaming on a MacBook Pro. There's a camera literally pointed at my face right now if I want to use it. But it's easier just being a disembodied voice, and maybe I will even pull out the VTubing app again. I would probably modify Aka's attire a little bit, but I might actually do that. I'd have to set up the entire thing. I don't know long term. I'm just completely spitballing it. Hello, LolXD. I mean, the bandwidth went down. I mean, it's down to 70 kbps per second. So I don't know why it's gone slower. Presumably, I think it's going to install games next. That and X are going to be the big ones. I actually would really love to see this thing display an X console. I don't know how easy that's going to be, but I do want to try it. What I am currently debating right now is what to do about the blasted car. It's 5 o'clock local time now. This is probably going to run for another 2 hours. Around 6 or 7, I might just let it run unattended, depending on how much time is left. I haven't had a stable... This is the most stable address at 3 years that I've had in the last 15. No, sorry, the last 20. I have moved every year or every other year like clockwork because of... Partially because of negative influences in my life, but partially because that's just how it's worked. Yeah, it's... definitely going. It's probably because it's writing a lot of... Oh, you know what it probably is? It's probably writing the header files out. That's a lot of tiny little files, and I wouldn't be surprised because I enabled journaling that it's doing bad things to the file I/O. However, disabling A time has probably also helped. I mean, a journal's file system shouldn't have that much overhead. I mean, I've heard it be about 5%, although 5% of 25 megahertz is not an insignificant overhead. But it's also been running quite fast. That's why I kind of want to run Unix Bench on it and just try different scenarios. I believe I can delete the log file, but... if I see a major discrepancy, I'll dig into it a little bit more. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. I believe... Yeah, let me look that up. Can you act... It's like... Disable journaling NetBSD. Wow, there's a lot of people that apparently really... It's like, you know, let me look this up. Let's see here. NetBSD Like, what is the performance impact of the journal? Apparently, it drastically improves writing performance. Okay, hold on. Let's read it here. Maintains file system, blah, 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 blah. If there's adequate space, blah, 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 blah. I know. I guess we'll test it with Unix Bench, because, I mean, this is NetBSD 10. This will literally run a modern benchmark software. Like, ideally, we'd be able to get this to run over the network, but obviously it has had problems, and I want to make sure it will actually run when installed. No, it's downloading it and then decompressing it. When it downloads the next file, you'll see it connect to FTP and download it. This is the 3rd or 4th package set it's downloaded so far. Actually, let me see here. Am I logged into Mastodon? I can log into Mastodon on this machine. Also, because I don't think I actually announced that I was live streaming on Mastodon, so I should probably do that. I am quite happy with... I've got this stream set up much happier than it used to be, so it definitely feels a lot more happy. I still need to figure out a better solution longer term. I think the longer term solution is I am going to rent a GPU in the cloud and use IceCast to transmit my voice. Because the biggest problem I have is that my ability to live stream depends entirely on my upstream bandwidth, which if I am traveling or if I'm on mobile is garbage. But if all I have to do is connect via remote desktop to a VM and upload my voice, which I could do with an IceCast solution, I could very much make it that I could live stream on a mobile connection and have no problems. This music is exactly what I want to. I mean, I could technically leave the car where it is. It should be okay. I mean, the worst case scenario is I get a second ticket. I have moved it. It's not in the same spot it was originally. It's just in a spot that is a questionable spot. I'll be right back. At least the compiler is almost done. Hopefully we'll be able to compile something, because when I tried A-Clock, it fell over. I actually have alpha hardware. I have it in kit form. I have all the boards required to build an alpha PC that could fit in an ATX case, but I've never got around to actually assembling it. I feel like I'm just realizing how much stress I actually am under. Like, it's not been good, chat. I think the next goal is I'm going to try and get you know what, I want to get this installed. I want to get the video edited because I think the video will come together pretty quickly. But we might run Unix bench as a baseline number, and then I'll use the rest of the week to basically edit the video together. I mean, the dream would be to have a VMS cluster of all 4 architectures: VAX, Alpha, Itanium, and x86. In theory, I should be able to run OpenVMS on my Itanium hardware. It wasn't officially supported, but apparently if I just remove the video card entirely, it will work. I've never tried it, but it supposedly will work. The only, because I have the workstation ZX 6000, but mine is not in the CD-ROM drive is not in good shape, and I'm not looking forward to moving that system again. You know what? I'm gonna bring that out to the Prius when I go check on it. I'm probably being overly paranoid because I got the parking ticket, because there are these things in life called emotional flashbacks. For someone when you've not had a particularly good life due to things that are not entirely under your control. But I'm pretty sure this happens to everyone, and it's just underreported, but this is the context I learned this under. Sometimes an emotional state in and of itself can cause or be the result of a flashback. Unlike standard flashbacks that are circa PTSD, where there is a visual component, these are like the sensation of you are reliving an incident. For me, it's attached to an early childhood memory that was not a good one. And I'm pretty sure that's why I'm being so paranoid about this car ticket. I don't even know I should be talking about this on a live stream, but fuck it. There's enough people. It's not like I don't talk about. What am I supposed to talk about? I mean, I could talk about the specifics of the trial of the century that is happening on the other side of the river. But you want to know something? I don't want to care. I don't want to be hearing about politics 24/7. I don't want to be listening to the damn news cycle 24/7. I only care about it because I want to know how bad, so I know what's going on. But I've been taking very active steps to try and not to put distance in my life from it. It's not that I don't care about politics, but I just cannot let it be overriding my identity, which is a lot what happened during the pandemic, because I was locked in 24/7. And it's like, the only thing you could do was either make videos or watch what happened in 2020. I mean, I'll let people draw their own opinions on that. I do know that my YouTube is surprisingly good at matching, like the magic of the algorithm is that my community by and large shares my own views and ethics. I think mostly because as a person, you're not going to be attracted to my content if you aren't. Like, you get exceptions. I've gotten some really fat... When I did the video on Stallman, my god, the number of people that... my Discord server got raided multiple times after that video. I haven't gotten any nasty grams in a while over it, but it still gets brought up from time to time. I am hoping that we will be able to get the NetBSD Foundation into the giving program. If not, then I will just have a link to their donate page. And it's like, what else can I do? To be clear, the tip jar on this stream is to me, not to the foundation. I will tag a stream that is being done as a fundraiser as such. And like I said, that's probably because right now I don't even know if NetBSD is going to boot. So this is like just bonus content. If people do want to donate to NetBSD though for their development, they get the least amount of donations by any group according to their to their Form 990s. Because I did do my due diligence before I reached out to them. They only get about 50K a year. That's in comparison to almost $1 million to the Free BSD Foundation. OpenBSD is a Canadian corporation, and they're actually not a not-for-profit, despite appearing to be so. So they don't publicly post they don't have publicly posted hacks documents like U.S. ones do. But they apparently bring in about, it was a fair bit of money, but I don't know if Theo wrote it in Canadian dollars or U.S. dollars. I think it was, because that would actually significantly vary. I don't know if you can send a message when you donate, but if you can, say "N sent you," just for the few people who do so. That being said, if you want to support me directly, please use the tip jar. If you want to support me on an ongoing basis, Patreon is the best way, or a YouTube membership, or both. Memberships take a larger cut, but you'll get access to the stream emojis, the premium ones, and I may do some member-only streams. Like, I am going to have to do an extended live stream of seeing if this Vax can keep streaming, and I'm probably just going to put a clock on it. Although I may also make that one public. Like, I don't know if I actually want to do member-only streams. I've considered it with Patreon, and every time I look at doing it, it's like, okay? Question mark? Like, maybe if it was a topic I've already covered and I just have to do it, like, I might have to reinstall NetBSD 3 or 4 times. Like, I'm probably going to install 5.1 to the hard drive to benchmark it. But I've already live streamed installing NetBSD. Yeah. What it's probably doing... You know what? Hold on. I know exactly... Oh, no. I can't load top. It's not on the network. I would be really fascinated to see, like, it's probably the... It can't be paging, because it wouldn't know where to find the page file. It won't be... It's not reading the network. It's not mounted NFS root. How long has it been? Has it been stuck like this for a while? I mean, I'm assuming it's still going. Yeah, that's definitely ticking down. Oh, you know what it's doing? It may be running sync. It is probably running sync. It's probably actually finished decompressing, but it hasn't written the whole thing out to the hard drive yet. Yeah, no, I get that. It's more making sure I have a semi-regular income, and it's the unfortunate reality of being a content creator is that you have to monetize your user base to some extent. And I hate that. I really hate what modern streaming has become. Because, I mean, how much of YouTube is just rage clickbait is about the word, is how I'm going to describe it. Because, like, yeah, chat, I think it's stalled. That's not good. I mean, we could let it count down. I mean, the ETA is going down, so presumably something is happening. I mean, I'll wait until the ETA gets to stalled. Because you know what we could do is we could only install the minimal stats if I have to reset this. All right, you know, I'm going to set a... if it goes to stalled, I will set a timer to see if it will get through it. But that is not an optimistic feeling. There's no disk activity light on the physical system, so even if I had a webcam looking at it, I wouldn't be able to tell. And apparently the SCSI hard drive is damn near silent. Then it is entirely possible that this is just syncing to disk, because it is a journaled file system, which, like I said, might be the mistake. And if it's committing the journal to the hard drive, then that is going to take a bit of time. Oh, it did count up. Okay, yeah, so it is still going. It might just be writing out a lot of very tiny files. Yeah, so it is going. It's... You know, maybe as it's moving, it's so fascinating watching it slow down as it gets to the end. But I guess it will finish. I mean, it's estimating 2 minutes. Installing Ultrix will be fascinating on this thing. I really am looking forward to that. We have to actually get it to boot, which is going to be a little easier said than done. Because when I did try it, and when I tried to start Ultrix off the network, it successfully mop-loaded the first stage and second stage bootloaders, but then it tried to download the kernel, and then it just keeled over. It's possible there's something wrong with Ultrix 4.5. It's called the DMS service, Diskless Management System. There's also RIS, which is Remote Installation Service, but at that point, I was still trying to dump the hard drive. So I didn't want to touch the hard drive. We now know there was nothing on it, so I don't feel bad obliterating it. I mean, it's going. It's just like... There's been a lot of bad and a lot of good, but, you know, something about this I find very relaxing. I've actually had some thoughts, like, I've actually been thinking about going back into doing OS dev again, and not like Linux development, like actual proper OS dev, which is a place where my career started way back in the day. I'm actually listed on the maintainers of GNU Herd, if you really want to look it up. I've mentioned that little trivia fact before, but I have kind of been... I'm a little bit wondering what it would take to get one of the older VAX operating systems going on this. VAX is... It's not ARM levels of bad, but you do need platform-specific code for every model of KA processor. The KA45 at the heart of this thing is very similar to other architectures, so it doesn't need much. Like, I could conceivably see getting BSD 4.3's mini root to run on this. What I'm actually thinking, though, I might try and get Mock going, because Mock supported remote file system and diskless operation. It means that I don't need to write a SCSI's driver. I can run it off RIL. RFL. But I want to do Ultrix first, because I've never had... This is a point of computing I have not actually touched before. We've mostly stayed in late 90s Unix land, so exploring early 90s and late 80s is actually quite fascinating to me. And maybe we'll work our way back all the way to early BSD. I don't know how far back we can take this machine. I mean, if someone can find me a Sun 2, we could try installing NetBSD for a Sun 2. Those machines are damn near unobtainium. Although maybe we'll try it in an emulator, actually. Like, I believe there is a Sun 2 emulator. It might actually work. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that the graphic power used to make the fake CRT is an order of magnitude more powerful than the entire the entire VAX. I mean, it is going. Um, I believe it's installing a C. I believe NetBSD ships a C++ compiler. In fact, I'm almost certain of it. So if it's installing all the header files of the STL, that entirely explains why this is going much slower. But I mean, remember, we're also going to install X. Ah, so if you're watching from Australia, do the scale lines go up or down? I wish we could have had the /v option so we could actually see what it was doing, but this installer isn't built that way. I do have one of the goals I have when we install Ultrix, because I want to get NetBSD 10 installed, because that, like I said, was the original goal of this system. I want to run Unix Bench on it, and then I think I want to run Ultrix, and I want to compare, because that will tell me what the current state of the art is compared to less state of the art. But I'm hoping that what will start happening is I'm going to be able to do more streaming on the weekends and video editing during the week. Yeah, I'm having pictures to my next major milestone on getting things out of this apartment. It's just... It's been hard, chat. It really has been. Like... It's that waking up one day and just knowing that your entire life has fallen apart, and it's been that way. And it fell apart for reasons, because I had, in some ways, in theory, I had free will over the choice. In practice, there was no choice at all. I did hear, Rook Talon, thank you for the $5 super chat. I did hear that that I did see that it got released. My initial thought was I want to get it on the compact portable and I want to compile it on the compact portable. I don't know if I will do that. I could technically do that as a stream before I leave this apartment, because the portable is actually really easy to plug and play. It's why I'm planning on keeping it. Although there is a part of me that's thinking, why don't I just get a Book 8080, because it's small. So... .3 would have been the real win to have that one, but 4 is a good one to have for a lot of reasons. There was also a fair bit of the source code of multitasking DAWs 4, which was the basis of OS2 1.x. It's not complete, but it is really amazing that we have that. I find DAWs is hard to get excited about, but it is something we could definitely look at some point. Like, if nothing else, just compiling it sounds interesting, but it's not going to be an in-depth sort of thing. Let me actually see if there's an article on OS2 Museum about that. Oh, wow, there's a rant about how it was basically dumped on Git. Yeah, so apparently the source code got partially screwed up by doing this, but... Alright, well, yeah, sorry, I was just reading the article. I'll drop the link in chat for those who want to see it. Yep. Yeah, I'm not really surprised. It's depressing, but what can you do? I would like... the fact of the matter is that Microsoft did a lot of the early DAWs work on... It wasn't on VAX machines, no. Let me get this right. I believe they were on TOPS 10. No, TOPS 10's too early. It would probably have been TOPS 20 then. Because the very early source code was run on, I believe they might, they may have been using VAX at this point. No, at this point they would have been able to self-host it on Intel hardware, but Microsoft for the 80s was a very Unix shop at its heart that they used to support development. Like, you can actually build Windows 1.0 and probably 2.0 applications from Xenix. This is an emulated CRT, but it is connected to a real VAX station. It is a cool retro term by Swordfish90. It's available for Mac and Linux, no Windows port, although there are ways to run it on Windows. The bandwidth, the speed is going down again, but we're at 98%. This is excruciatingly slow. But it does look like it is almost done. Rooktown, this is a 1993 MicroVAX 25 megahertz. It is essentially a 1970s VAX in a 1990 case. It is not a fast machine. It is a very slow machine. Running a operating system from 2024. There is something beautiful about that. Yep. I mean, that VAX system, this particular one was very slow when made, but like a 25 megahertz VAX system, when it was, I don't want to say widely available, but they were available for a quote-unquote reasonable price from digital. And one 25 megahertz VAX system with VMS could probably support... I mean, you could probably support anywhere between 8 to 32 users depending on needs. Like, a single VAX system could provide an entire office with digital typewriting stuff. I mean, that was a very big use of Unix at the time, was typesetting. That was the original use. NetBSD is essentially Unix, but we can't legally call it that. It's a sparkling Unix-like. And yes, I'm going to use that joke later. I actually followed that joke when I was writing the script for this video. I really hope I don't have copyright problems with Pretzel Rocks. I will be really upset if that's the case. I mean, it just might mean that I go having silent streams. Oh, 100%. Hey, look, it's downloading the next file. It's downloading the games package. Yep. I mean, FTP, it feels neat seeing FTP, even though FTP, I hate that modern web browsers have dropped support for FTP because there's a lot of things that still effing use it. I understand why they did it, but it's this notion that everything is just getting shittier and shittier. Well, the problem is that I did do that. The problem is that sometimes the content ID claims come hours or days after the fact. Sometimes I'll get them after I shut the stream down. I am paying for a subscription for Pretzel Rocks. It's supposed to be YouTube safe. If it's not, I will complain, and then I'm still in the trial period. So this is me testing if Pretzel Rocks is a viable source of music. I could try the Google Creator Library, but they have made it really shitty. To the point that I'm thinking about renewing my Epidemic Sound subscription, but they want a lot of money. They want $20 a month. And Pretzels Rocks does have download service, and I'm supposedly allowed to use them for videos. Yeah, like, I'd have to upgrade to their Pro plan for that, but honestly, I might do that. Why is it downloading GPU firmware? There isn't a GPU on this computer. At all. I think it just downloaded an empty tarball. Maybe there's a README file on it. That's actually kind of funny. Alright, I'll be back. God, I don't know. I just feel drained. So, Cryo the Spider, FTP has one major advantage over HTTP. You can download an entire directory of files and you don't have to deal with fucking parsing HTML to do so. gget/r works, but let's be honest. NCFTP and gget -r is a very good solution. Like, FTP, like, and There's been efforts to build something similar over HTTP. I mean, there's WebDave, but it's never gone anywhere. It's never been very successful. Well, I shouldn't say it's been very successful because a lot of products are built on WebDave, but it's not like you... FTP works with everything. At least unless it's a very old client which doesn't support passive. God, I am much more tired than I realize. I think I'm just gonna sit here and just kind of be zen. I have found that even meditation, controlled breathing, has helped a lot. It's practices that I've taken up in the last few months have done a lot to help with my day-to-day stress and stuff. Like, the quality of life improvement cannot be understated. Although I think I'm more tired than I realized, because I feel tired. But I think I'm just going to light an incense stick here, and I'm not going to be silent, but I think I'm going to be very chill for at least a while longer. Oh, I accidentally killed the audio. Hold on. I don't want to actually be listening to it. I like it for the VOD, and I know a lot of people actually... There are people that basically treat it as a radio station. But getting it in a way that I don't have to listen to it is surprisingly irritating. There, I think... Yeah, that works. Yeah, you should be able to hear the audio, and I don't have to listen to it for the moment. A lot that helps is just imagining myself floating. Because we, as a society, have basically built it around constant motion. Let me make sure you guys can actually hear me. Hopefully the audio is okay. But I mean, the entirety of modern Western society, at least in the United States. Get up, go to school/work, spend 8 to 10 hours in general doing something that you're completely divested from the end product. Go home, rinse, lather, repeat. For content creators, it's not quite that bad. Like, for, say, a Minecraft YouTuber, you still have your Minecraft world, but A lot of the drive I did down to Key West, I did with the radio off. It works, although there's even an aux jack, so it's not like I couldn't plug in something, and I did for parts of it. But I spent a lot of time alone in my thoughts, and this is something that was difficult at first, but has come better with practice and time. Is basically being able to be by yourself and being able to find peace and relaxation at the center. And it's something I want to write about, but I've been reading a lot of books that have helped forge my own individual journey. I'm not looking at chat right now, so I do apologize. Like, how much stuff do we do just to do something? I mean, like, I had someone the other day just randomly wish me a good day. I live close. There's a lot of churches in this area, and it's, well, there's just a lot of churches. Basically, just out of the blue, guy walks up, tells me he has a great day, keeps going. And, like, I don't remember the last time I've had an interaction like that with a member of the general public. It was a few months ago. I literally was on the train, and I've been making a pretty heavy effort not to use my cell phone except as a phone or Google Maps, because Google Maps is a little bit too useful to give up at the moment. And I just remember being extremely bothered by seeing literally everyone in the train car. They had AirPods on and they had their phones out, and they were completely ignoring everyone and everything. And you know, I remember I've commuted on trains since I was 14. No, I was older than that. I think I was 16 because I went to high school in Manhattan. And like you're not going to be able to live stream with off a computer like this at 25 megahertz, but you would be able to do social media. Like, I could, with a little bit of effort, get this machine both able to send email and onto Usenet. I could use links. I could read Gopher indexes. I could even access Wikipedia on it. And my question is, have we actually, how much beyond the basics have modern computers truly advanced in a way that makes our lives better? Like, something of the qualm that I worry about is how many hours of a day do people spend watching YouTube? And am I actually making the world a better place by making these streams? The flip side is that people on YouTube who are watching these streams are going to be watching YouTube regardless. I can at least try and make it as relaxing and trying to make someone stay better as I can. It's all I can realistically do at the end of the day. It's not like I can affect world events. It's not like anything else. But at the end of the day, you know, we are sitting here literally watching the digital equivalent of paint drying and my voiceover. And for the life of me, I don't know how much of people are here for one or the other. Okay, hold on. Could I increase the volume so the... yeah, I can increase the background volume, especially because I'm not talking that loudly. Let's see here. Gopher, the Gopher root, the original Gopher root server has been gone for a long time. Floodgap is the de facto replacement, but you can use. There's enough Gopher servers in existence. So there are people that maintain Wikipedia to Gopher indexes. It's actually surprisingly practical to surf the internet with Gopher, and I've sort of been debating, wondering like how cut off from society, how possible is it to use a computer with just a console? I mean, a lot of modern web applications will not work in Linux. They won't work without JavaScript. But Alpine and Mutt exist. You can do email. Like, for like a professional, like a lawyer that is 95% writing documents, you could use a DOS-based version of WordPerfect and absolutely nothing would change in that office. The biggest, nothing has changed in that office since the advantage of the word processor, except the number of legal texts. Oh, we're up to 100. We peaked at 171 viewers, but we're holding at a nice 150. I am shocked. I didn't think that this many people would be awake, and the United States is coming online right now. You know what? When it starts to install X, I'm going to go check the car, because it is 5:40 here. If I can find a better parking spot around my building, because I'll walk around the block a few times, I will move it right now, because as I said, I'm not happy if it is. Otherwise, I will just hope for the best and hope it doesn't get a second ticket. I know that parking enforcement doesn't check every day. I actually, I know, but the fact that I got nailed with a ticket has really bothered me, and it is it's the first time I've gotten any sort of ticket in a long time, although I haven't had a car in 6 years. I have done middle of the night streams before, and I'm usually lucky if I get 50 viewers, which, let's be honest, a lot of YouTubers would, a lot of content creators would, wish they had 50 viewers. I mean, I remember when it was single digits on Mixer, I was flabbergasted. My very first stream on YouTube, I got I think I got 200. I believe that was the OS2 live streams is when it peaked 200. Yeah, no, I can pay the ticket. It's just, I had the money to pay for it. I'm not, for the next 6 months, there's no conceivable event where I'm going to be hurting for money. It's past the next 6 months that it gets very sketchy. But I've been building up savings for leaving this area for quite a while, and I'm now at a point where I can do it. It really does not like to decompress small files. I mean, look, it's decompressing the man pages, and it's 56 kilobytes. I think when I install the other versions of NetBSD to do benchmarking, I will not install all the sets, although I probably still need the compilers for Unix Bench. That's going to be the next challenge to try and get running on this. But at least I guess what I can do is I can back up the system. The ticket was $55. I haven't paid it yet because apparently the online payment system for Jersey City is shut down every night from 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. And maybe it's just paranoia, but I don't want to punch my debit card number into the computer while I'm live streaming. I don't have to pay it until the second, so I'll just do it when I get off air. But yeah, when it gets to starting to decompress X, I will actually step away. I will actually go AFK, and I'm just going to go check the car. Because, like I said, it got nailed at 6 this morning. But where it's parked now is conceivably a parking spot between two driveways. And I realize that I'm just feeding my paranoia. You know what? Maybe I won't do that. Maybe I'll just... Let me work this out, because a lot of what is helping me find inner peace is understanding the causes of what's causing my day-to-day anxiety. My fear here, I've had this constant fear of parking on the street because my father, when I was a kid, had a Cadillac, and he parked it in the Bronx in the 90s. That car was very steadily dismantled over the course of 5 or 6 years. What my last memory of it was more a pile of parts that were held together by hopes and dreams until the radiator quite literally fell out of it. That's how that car died. And that's... I've got a couple of parking tickets over the years, but they've been few and far between. But I've had this constant fear of parking it on the street, because it's like I would have put it in a lot, but either the lot wants a 6-month commitment and I'm not going to be here for 6 months, or there's a waiting list. So I just got a street parking permit. It was the easiest way. But it's the fact of the matter is it's a car on a street in a major city, and the rules are not particularly... Like, with enough practice, I'll be okay. And realistically speaking, you're not penalized for a parking ticket, as long as I pay it, and as long as I'm not getting one constantly. So even if I go out there now, even if there's a parking ticket on the car right now, it's a $55 fine. Let's be honest. I've spent a lot more on $55 on random shit on Amazon when I had more money. It's like, whatever. A monthly parking spot in this area is anywhere between $250 and $500 a month. So I would actually have to get 10 parking tickets between 5 and 10 parking tickets for me to actually still be paying less. For me to be paying more than what I would pay for a monthly spot. But there is something to be said about peace of mind. Well, I enabled journaling, and I switched it over to FFSv2, which is not the default on VAX, although it is the default on ARM64, although journaling is not actually enabled by default on NetBSD. I don't know why. It's not even mentioned in the manual. I found it when I was researching it. I was surprised. Okay, now we're installing Miss. I don't remember what's in this set. I really appreciate that it takes longer to print out the console page than it takes to download the file most of the time. Now, the question I have is I'm a little concerned it's going to try and boot off the network again. I have to remember how to switch. I think if I issue a manual halt, it will take me to the firmware prompt. Okay, and now that's decompressing, so that's going to be another 5 minutes. I mean, it's going nicely. I think once we get Ultrix up and running, I also am going to want to try and get deck windows. So I think trying to get Xming and something going. I don't know if I'm going to do that on stream, and it's not complex enough that I feel like that might be a 20-minute stream. It's like, okay, question mark. Then again, you know, people watch my 4-hour streams. I mean, maybe an hour-long stream isn't that big a deal. Like, What could I conceivably do with X on a 25 megahertz VAX? I guess I could run Emacs. Like, X Emacs should run on this system. It's period correct. I don't have access to it from the halt switch, but if I type halt in NetBSD, I get the triple bracket prompt. If I type reboot, it just immediately tries to reboot off Ethernet. Because I set the boot variable, but if I turn off the Ultrix server, it won't be able to find a MOP device, and it should time out and give me a boot prompt if I do that. So I'm not that worried about it, because I do know for a fact it will time out. I did learn that people will watch my streams even if I'm silent, so it actually does help. I don't feel compelled to be just talking nonstop, and that helps save a lot of energy. I think after this it is going to start downloading X. Bear with me, I'm just... Oh, it's downloading rescue. Sorry, I was just responding to a message on my phone. I am actually feeling quite at peace at the moment, my concern with the car notwithstanding. Well, like I said, if my power goes out, which has happened plenty of times on stream, it'll keep going because the machine is in a... Well, I don't think it's in Iraq, but it's in a different country than I am. I've never physically seen it. I've only ever interacted with it remotely. It already installed the boot blocks and the kernel, so it should just theoretically boot. I just don't know if it will, because it would not net boot it would not load this kernel unless it was mopped when I tried to load it over mop. So who knows? I also want to see if it will boot. I actually think I want to install NetBSD on SimH, set up the mop server on actual NetBSD and see if it will run. I have this distinct feeling it probably will. It might, but who knows? Thing is that most people that want to do this will probably run Linux, because I feel like most people... I have this horrible feeling NetBSD gets used here because Linux doesn't exist for VAX. There was 1 or 2 attempts to port it. I believe it has even gone to the point that someone was able to get newlib working, but... eh. I apologize if I'm being quiet, but I'm actually, I'm kind of in a decent. I don't know if mood is the word to put it, but I feel like I have found a happy medium. If this does not work, then what we'll end up having to do is I will probably have to build NetBSD from source, and we're going to have to bisect it until we find what it until we figure out what does and doesn't work. But the fact that this booted leaves me optimistic. Well, when we were dumping out the disks, it was running at 72 kilobytes flat, but the fact of well, this is probably kilobits, not kilobytes. We're not sure what the actual measurement is, but well, that one's going to take a while to extract and install. That's got to be a lot of small files. I guess it's just Zed watching it. Well, we were having a discussion about it earlier, if it's kilobits or kilobytes, and honestly, I don't know. Kibibits. Yeah, that sounds about right. Kibibytes. I'm probably more tired than I realize, but... It's just knowing that being able to release and just let your stress just drift away. And just breathing in and out slowly. It really astounds how much it can just improve your mental state. Like, I'm not trying to convince anyone of anything, but it does help. At least for me. I just wish I wasn't so horribly congested. Hey, Warpair, thank you for the third super chat of this stream for $2. It is 6 in the morning right now. Like I said, I guess my options are I could leave it. The car technically does not have to be moved until Monday. I could leave it where it is right now, and if it is a valid parking spot, I'm good until Monday. If not, I'll have another. But if I wait later, and they nailed me at 6:18 in the morning with the last ticket, but that was on a Friday, and now this is a Saturday. The idea of a government worker being awake at 6 in the morning, I mean, sure, but Also, that's dedication. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely didn't need to install all the sets. Actually starting up X on this thing and having it run on a remote server is going to be a fascinatingly slow process. It should work. I don't know how much we could add. Like, I could probably run GhostScript, Xman. I don't know what other utilities would be there. I mean, realistically, X on NetBSD is to let you run multiple terminals on a graphical environment. And Screen works well for that. Un poco español, más o menos. Donde vive en Panamá y Costa Rica, mi español, it was less bad. I've always wanted to learn Spanish properly, but there's a history there, and I'm not going into that right now, so. I did learn how to use the Streamlabs replay buffer feature, which probably help me in the future of making content. Like, I'm definitely learning. Well, NVI, which is what this has, NuVi, lags. Like, you can visibly, I have seen it visibly lagging, although the system was doing stuff at that. Emacs would be kind of hilarious because it would actually be a significant use of system resources to run the Lisp interpreter. I'd also have to get it out of package source unless someone has actually compiled it, which is entirely possible. I mean, package source was pretty broken because the OpenSSL was having issues. We could try it. I kind of want to get Bash built, but I have no idea how long that's going to take. That may be for tomorrow, because what I'm probably going... Actually, that may be exactly what I end up doing is... I realistically can't live stream and video edit at the same time. Well, I could, but I wouldn't be able to provide commentary. And realistically, I don't think I would want to. And hell, if I was to do anything, I'd probably live stream myself doing video editing. And maybe I'll actually end up doing that. I don't know. It might be... It'd be a little bit meta, but... I don't know if Resolve would be able to open the mic at the same time as Streamlabs. I guess I could actually... I could change the input source. I don't know. I gotta figure out where I'm basically ad-libbing this next video, so... make sure no one's trying to reach me on Discord. Like, sorry, I was just responding to a thread on Discord. Yeah. This is a GMNX Pro. I bought it as a replacement for the Corsair board. I ordered it with the wrong type of switches. It actually has Cherry MX Browns, which I know it's technically a tactile switch, but if there is a tactile bump there, I have not felt it. It is a hot swap board, so I think I might put blues in it, although maybe blacks. I have really learned to like black switches, especially because the Next Step keyboard has them. Yeah, it's Cherry MX Browns. I don't really like the key feel, but it's not bad. Like, I haven't modded this keyboard at all. I mean, I have the IBM keyboard right here. Like, if I really want to, I could plug in the PS2 adapter and type with it. But that keyboard is not a good daily driver, at least in the current year. It's missing too many modifier keys. Alright, 3 minutes of the tests. I just realized how bad the stream delay is because I am literally watching the stream delay start downloading the file that I am currently downloading. Although maybe it's just my own stream delay, you know what? I did not take that into account. Let me refresh my own stream. Okay, yeah, no, apparently I was just lagging on my own stream. I think it's a point of pride that NetBSD still supports VAX, and in fact has outlasted Itanium support. The VAX backend in GCC received a massive code update. I don't know if it actually made it into the upstream GCC tree, but you know what? Hold on, let me look at platforms obsolete. That will tell me. Wow, okay, well that wasn't what I was... Apparently GCC at one point actually supported VAX VMS as a target. Like, I shouldn't be surprised by that. But... let's see here. Depreciated GCC 11... Yeah, so the biggest thing that happened upstream was that mode CC represent the GCC changed internally that mode CC representation was required, and the removal for GCC 11 was AVR, CRIS, which is an embedded architecture, H6 RAIN-S microcontrollers, Motorola 680XO, which probably will get fixed, although Freescale, because Freescale still sells Coldfire, although they may not care. So apparently there's even a bug bounty to keep Motorola 680XO support working in GCC, although the bounty link is busted. Here we go. There's a wiki. Because there is a patch set that makes Mode GCC work for VAX, so there is a decent chance it is going to... here we go. Here's the support list. Backends, VAX. And I'll put this in the chat. Because, chat, if you can read that table and tell me what it's saying, I would make sense. This would be about 1-to-1 with a 386. I actually would say that this particular VAX is probably... once we have it compiled, I will... I don't think OpenSSL is in the base system, but if it is, I can run OpenSSL bench. I did run DNet C bench, but I would want to compile some more benchmark tools before I actually called it. This stream, I'm just going to install NetBSD because I want to get an idea of just how fast / how slow it is. But I do know that distributed.net's client, which granted was built with a very old GCC, it's from 2004, it topped out at 6,000 keys per second. My laptop got 8.9 million keys per second, and I had to port distributed.net to it, although someone had already written an ARM64 core. And on x86, it was generating something like 4 million keys a second. Yeah. From what I've been told, that this is about the same size as just any beige box PC. Yes, I mean, it does look like... I mean, there is a patch set for VAX, so it does look like it is being updated. Here we go. The obsolete features list. Oh, no, that's not it. But yeah, there is a full patch set that brings it up to date. Sorry, I'm a little bit out of it right now. I mean, I could enable... Oh, God. Oh, I just realized this might try and generate SSH keys on first boot. I don't even know how long that would take. It takes about 10 minutes in SimH for it to generate an SSH key. It probably would take upwards of that could literally take hours. I think I can boot in a single user mode and avoid that fate. You know, it's a journal file system. If it tries to generate SSH keys, I'll hard reboot it, and we will convince it of it not to do that. I actually want to compile NetHack on Ultrix because NetBSD for VAX has a compatibility layer that lets it run Ultrix binaries. So I like the idea of building NetBSD for Ultrix and then running it on NetBSD. I do believe we get a chance to configure the operating system once it extracts all the tarballs. Alright, let's see what it's extracting now. Yeah, you know what? The sun is out. Let's see here. What's it downloading? It's downloading the text processing. You know what I'm going to do? Let me get my coat and jacket on. I am going to go check on the car to make sure I am okay with where it's parked. If I see a place, I don't really want to move it, so if I'm okay with it, I'll come back. If not, so I'm going to be AFK for about 20 minutes. But this is just going to run for 20 minutes. So be it. You know what? I might even go get breakfast because this is going to run for at least another. This has probably got another 2 hours for it to run, and I still want to do things with the system once it's running. So you know what? This sounds like a yeah, because you know what? The last time I ate was 10 p.m. So I will grab breakfast. This will just run, and it should be fine. As soon as I find my shoes, I will be ready to go. I mean, realistically, if I don't know why I would ever want to run SSH on the VAX. That just sounds like, but I would generate the keys on something a little faster. Seriously, what did I do with my shoes? Alright, what's it downloading? Okay, it's downloading Xbase, so you know what? Let me see how long this is going to take to extract. Because this should be about the same size as the compiler. It's got, the VAX is a 4 GB hard drive, and installed system's about 600 megabytes. So it should have more than enough disk space for this. Even at this point, it should have enough files installed that the resulting system should boot. Alright, let's see how long it wants to decompress. 10 minutes. Yeah, I'm going to go check the car. I will be back in the next 10 to 20 minutes. Let me change the pen. Unpen message. Alright, so that message is there. pin. All right, I'll be back, chat. It also helps, chat, if one remembers their keys. Okay, chat, I am back. It looks like I am back just in time. I took pictures of where the car's parked. It's fine where it is. I'm just being paranoid. Okay, I'm not sitting at my desk. What's it down? Oh, no, it's still got more files to download. Yeah, it's just cool retro term. I have to admit, I'm kind of partial to green screens, but Amber is good as well. I'll be... Give me a moment. Oh wow, it's going to install the fonts. That is not going to be fast. And one of these days I will get up and not forget anything. Sorry, I'm a little discombobulated. I now have a sandwich, and I intend to eat it. I mean, I have to agree, like, I remember using library information terminal since, like, this feels better aside from the fact that it has images. Like the modern ones. Oh, this sandwich is amazing. I haven't eaten in 8 hours. Oh man, life is better with food. So catching up on chat, I need to read that thing from the FreeBSD developer. FreeBSD was the very first Unix I installed. I started with FreeBSD before I got involved with Linux, but I don't know. It's like NetBSD runs on everything. OpenBSD's historically always been about security, but it's much more about pfSense. But I guess a lot of it is FreeBSD is trying to compete more directly with Linux, but I guess I would have to install it and try it out and see what it's like in the current day. Oh, this is a good set. You know, eating a spicy sandwich for breakfast, that is just proper buffalo chicken. And like just suddenly everything is right in the world. What I find fascinating is that NetBSD still has the X fonts. Like, you really appreciate that this has essentially been an unchanged user experience for more than 2 decades. I could install NetBSD 5.1.4 and it wouldn't be significantly different from NetBSD 10 because all the major changes are under the hood. I suppose that's technically true of all the BSDs. I need to think of something to do with FreeBSD because I feel like I should try it, but I'm like what would I even run it for? Well, my daily driver is an MacBook M2, and I'm happy with Mac OS, so. Yeah, but if I'm going to run an old machine, for context, yeah, FreeBSD will run on old machines just fine, but I'd rather run NetBSD because it feels more period correct, even though it's an up-to-date operating system. I feel like $1 million. Granted, those are probably, I don't know, not American dollars, but I actually do feel quite like, having looked at the car in daylight, I'm definitely not blocking either driveway. There's places on the road where you can actually see where the no parking things was spray painted and then ripped up when they redid the road work last summer. So, and I'm literally next to the sign that lists the parking information. I'm literally under it, so I should be about as okay as you get. So that's a good mental thing. Also, they now have these foot-long pretzels that are surprisingly not that many calories and are really tasty. So I've been getting them at Subway as of late. I hate that I've been trying not to buy food because I've already had the refrigerator die on me recently. And I'm like, I don't want to have to clean out the fridge twice. But I also hate that I've been eating out as much as I have. But I also know that that's hopefully a temporary affair. Yeah, I should have decompressed these archives, so... But I find it kind of funny watching it. And it's not... Let's be honest, this has not been terribly slow. I think to install Debian 2.1 on the ThinkPad took about 2 hours. We're 5 hours deep on the stream. And we didn't get to installing until about 45 minutes into it. So, all things considered, I'm going to say that that is not terrible. Well, I mean, that's the whole thing with X, is that once you get it running, it basically becomes... Like, once I had X running on AIX, as soon as I installed the free software collection, it really just felt like Linux. Granted, there was enough problems with that system that it definitely wasn't Linux, and it was held together with duct tape, spit, and glue, but it's the thought that counts. You know, I wonder if this machine could run Wolfenstein 3D. It doesn't have a network. It doesn't have a frame buffer, but it could run on over the network. I don't think it could actually run Doom. It might be too low spec, although we could try. Like, what were Doom's minimum requirements? Man, there is something about a soft pretzel in the morning that just makes, like, whenever I visited Germany, I always took advantage of soft pretzels, good soft pretzels when I could find them, because a lot of places didn't have good ones. But that properly spongy, sprinkly, that proper spongy yet firm pretzel taste. Oh man, that just makes everything better. Let me clean up my chest a little bit. I don't know, the idea of I just think the idea of I actually don't think, I mean, it probably is not an insignificant time loss, but I also don't think it's that bad, all things considered. I mean, ZZip would have been period correct. Well, compressed would have been period correct, but ZZip was around in this time period. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't mind. The problem I had with Germany was that it was stupidly expensive at a time that the euro was relatively weak. This was last summer. And it's like, I've been to Berlin enough times in my life that I am just... There's a lot of other world I would want to see, because I grew up in a major city with comparable density to Berlin, and it's like, I get to Germany and I don't, like, I've been to Berlin several times, and in a lot of ways, I don't actually feel like I've gone anywhere. Like, the city is completely different, but the culture is completely different, but I'm still in a major city. And it's like, I had a much better time exploring and backpacking my way through Eastern Europe. I mean, the trip before last, I had a business trip in Berlin. I rented a Ford Focus, and then I drove on the Autobahn all the way to Dresden, and I spent the day at the Museum of the Dresden Industry and Science Museum. I only did it because I really wanted to drive on the Autobahn. Although driving a Ford Focus on the Autobahn with a 4-cylinder engine and you're going foot to floor is a fascinating experience, especially when 4 or 5 Porsches have piled up behind you and are basically tailgating you until you finally pull over to the right lane where the lorries are going at 60 km an hour or 80 km an hour. I we I have gone to Eastern Europe multiple times. In this particular trip, I went all the way from Greece to Berlin overland, visiting every country in the Balkans except for Croatia and Romania. I've been to both Croatia and Romania on earlier trips. I haven't been to Moldova, but that would be quite a detour. And I haven't been to Ukraine, but with the current political climate, I don't think one should go to Ukraine unless you have a real reason to go. I still have nothing else to say, and we have 50% of a progress bar. I believe this is the last one. Like, I have backpacked through most... like, I lived in China... I worked in China. I worked as a liaison for a U.S. company in China for several weeks, and I went back and visited as a tourist a few years later. It's like, I like China. I really, working in with an industrial firm in one of the major firms in China was an experience, especially when you had to deal with the Great Firewall to get anything done. But so it goes. I probably would have enjoyed Hanoi a lot more if I didn't get sick. Angkor was amazing. The original plan was actually to go from Mongolia to Bangkok over land, but I ended up flying from Hanoi to Siem Reap because I was... Bad does not describe what my stomach was like in Hanoi. I think I'll leave it at that. I was in Croatia before it was part of the European Union, before it was part of the Schengen zone. On the trip that I did last summer, I crossed through the the Greek-Bulgaria border, which now no longer exists, which is a really cool thing, and one of the last few people that actually went to go through it. From there, it was to North Macedonia, Kosovo, Albania, into Serbia, Belgrade, then Novi Sad. From Novi Sad, it was a night bus to Budapest. And then from Budapest, it was train to Berlin through Poland, passing through 11 countries. Well, it depends how you count Kosovo, but yeah. I went to Serbia for the first time Croatia. Well, the only time for Croatia. I had a really miserable business trip in Copenhagen, and I just got on a plane to the first place I hadn't been to, which was Ljubljana, which is the capital of Slovenia, and is notable for being the only world capital with absolutely no World Heritage sites in it. There's actually, nothing to see there. So I went and saw Skyfall because it was out in theaters. Then I got on the train and I went to Croatia. I arrived in Zagreb. From Zagreb, I then took the train to Sarajevo. I got to see the bridge where Archduke Francis... I really regret not going to Sarajevo on this most recent trip because I would like to see how it looks 10 years later. Because when I was in Sarajevo, you could still see a lot of damage from the Yugoslav wars. Sarajevo has essentially been... It wasn't World War I, World War II levels of devastation, but it was bad. It's similar to how Embassy Row in Serbia... I didn't actually check if they rebuilt it, but it was basically just debris from when NATO bombed it during the during the wars, as the whole thing basically fell apart. Apparently, me talking about Croatian history causes a whole bunch of my viewers to drop off, which I find kind of funny. I don't know, I like this Prius, but it's also doing those used car signs that I worry I may have not gotten as good a deal as I would have. I went with an older vehicle for quite a few reasons, one of which is that if I do end up, driving to Argentina, older vehicles are much easier to gray market import, and thus are much easier to actually get rid of in foreign countries. This is a realistic problem for anyone who wants to do a lot of overlanding is, what do you do if the car catastrophically breaks down? Because you're still stuck with that vehicle. It is your responsibility to get rid of it. So gray market vehicles actually solve a lot of problems. A gray market in this case is any vehicle that's older. It depends on the exact country, but it's between 10 and 20 years old. Mexico will not charge an import fee for a vehicle that's over, I believe it's 10 years on a temporary basis. And it basically continues that way all the way down through the Americas. Now, granted, I did actually get the bond I posted for my car the last time I went to Mexico. It came back. But not having to deal with it at all is nice, because it's a process to to bond a car to bring it into Mexico. I guess bond is the wrong word, but I had to put a very large deposit on the border, which the process depends on if it is Sunday or not, because if the banks are open. Guards are only allowed to handle money on Sundays, and yes, that is actually how it works at Largo. Sorry, it's my brain is a little bit just meh. I've driven from Alaska to Florida and the reverse. I mean, I literally just drove to Key West because I got bored. Got bored is the wrong way to describe it. I've been back in Jersey City for about... it's realistically only been about 2 months, if that. But I really hated my time back here, and I've been counting down the days until I finally get to leave. And I bought the car specifically to aid with moving because it was just not possible to not do it without a vehicle, and I would have paid more to rent. So that's how that went. So given it is a Toyota Prius, it does not drink gasoline. It gets 52 miles to the gallon. So I basically drove it to here. You know, if you're car camping the whole way, you'd be surprised at how little money you actually spend. The biggest thing is that you have to eat out for everything until you figure out how to cook in a car, which would probably be my next challenge. I've done it before when I had a larger SUV, but that entire trip was literally YOLO'd, and there's a write-up of it up on Patreon. And if you've enjoyed this content, please like and subscribe. Yeah, you can get to Panama no problem. It's just customs. It's getting it to Colombia that is the less than easier. Or Colombia or Ecuador, depending on the current political climate. It's doable, but it's not trivial. And I am tempted to do it just as far as Panama for that reason, because this is a bucket list goal with a lot of history with me attached to it. But I also have lived in Central America, granted not for long periods of time, but if you're basically staying for the limit of a tourist visa and then moving for the limit to the next country, your cost of living is actually really, really low. And that is right now my biggest thing that I have to be worried about. Plus, if I am outside the United States for 180 days, travel health insurance will actually cover me in the United States, as well as covering me while I'm overseas. And I'm not in bad health, so I don't, well, my health is stable. I hesitate to use the word good, but it is stable. The ferry does not exist. It is, you actually have to, well, the ferry comes and goes depending on the current political climate. But in general, if you are going to do the full length of the Pan American, the vehicle has to be shipped, as in it goes in a cargo container in Panama and you get it from a port in Colombia. Because I might, like I said, I might still end up, whether I end up doing it or not is immaterial. I have done a lot of research about doing it. And maybe I will. I mean, I drove to Prudhoe Bay. That is the most northern point of the United States you can get to. It is one of the most northern... no, correction. It is the most northern point that you can get to by road, period. The Dempster does not go that high. There are 5 roads across the Arctic Circle. The Alton, the Dempster, and there's 3 in Scandinavia. But I believe the Dalton goes the furthest north of those 3. But, I mean, you're still talking about a lot of nothing. Like, you don't appreciate how empty Canada is until you've driven across Canada. And you don't appreciate how empty Alaska is until you've lived there. And for those who have seen my streams, I have an Alaska flag tacked to my wall. Like, I'm not from Alaska, but I left my heart there. And maybe someday I'll get to go back. The year I spent in Alaska was probably one of the happiest of my life. And I really regret leaving. I didn't, again, it's one of those things, I technically had the choice, but I didn't actually have the choice. So, who knows what happens. Alright, so we're almost to the end of this, probably 2 minutes. After this is system configuration. It's going to ask if I want to install package source, and honestly, I just kind of want to see it boot, because I'm not convinced it will. If it does boot, then there is a problem with the mop loader, and I kind of want to... What we'll do then is I'm going to install NetBSD and SimH on the network, which will take a lot less time than this took, and we'll see if we can successfully mop boot. If we can successfully mop boot the VAX station, because I want to know if that is actually the problem. If the problem was Linux mopd, then so be it. I went around this wrong. If it's broken with NetBSD 10, trying to boot NetBSD 10, at least I know that it's actually broken. It's not a problem with the setup. Yeah, well, it's going to run CVS up, which is bad, and I know for a fact that this install image is going to have broken SSL. So it's going to have issues when it's all said and done. So I am not going to worry. I probably shouldn't have installed X, but whatever. I wanted the full experience. I'll probably do it on the video of me setting up Xming and then having it relay. Let's see here. What's it downloading? Oh, it's still got to download the actual X server. Okay, there was still one more to go. I really appreciate being able to just watch the text get drawn out. Because I do believe it is a 9,600 baud terminal. So let's see here. So I believe this is the last one it will download. Yeah. We could, I could grab the binary for bash. I do want to see if we can compile a clock. Because I need to do some more testing with long streams, and a clock is a moving image that will run on a VAX. I could also try Rogomatic, but I've never seen Rogomatic win, which makes me think that the version of Rogomatic I've been testing cannot beat the version of Rogue that I've tested it with. Rogomatic's supposed to be able to beat 5.3, but it doesn't do it very. If it does, it doesn't do it very often. Although I have seen it get down to the deep 20s, so it may have simply not had good enough RNG for it. I've installed NetBSD VAX. This is probably the 5th time, although obviously this is the first time on actual hardware. Because I've been doing a lot of stuff in SimH because it's a lot easier than trying to mess with the VAX. I don't even know if I'm going to try and set Mopti. I'm actually pretty fried. We'll probably make it to 6 hours before this is done. Probably because it's going to take 10. I mean, it's going to be another 10-minute boot. No, it'll be longer than that because it has to do the first boot. It's going to build the font config cache. Because again, I installed the X server. I don't know why I did that, but whatever. I'm sorry. I apologize. I do want to run benchmarks on this system. I just need to decide which ones. I am definitely more tired than I realized. Maybe we'll see. Oh, we'll see. All right, finished. All distribution stats unpacked. Now it's gonna make the device nodes. This will take a bit. So it'll make all the device nodes. Like, God, like the fact that there's no equivalent, there's no devfs or udev. It really whenever I run NetBSD, it really just feels like BSD 4.3, but it's been updated. 4 gigs of storage, 32 megabytes of RAM. As far as we know, as far as I can guess, it was a VAX cluster node that used its hard drive entirely for scratch space. It probably was a replacement for a disk. Like, I could see this being a replacement for a diskless node. It could have also been a new old stock system. Like, I didn't bother redumping the hard drive because there was nothing worth it on it. I have all of it if I really need to stitch it back together. But like, whatever. It'd be nice if there was like progress bars. Let's see here. What are we doing on live streaming? I think it's time for a change of music. Yeah, I like this track, so I guess we're just gonna go with this one. This has a SCSI HDD. There is apparently an MFM interface on this board because I see it listed in some of the technical stats for this system, but as I've mentioned before, I don't physically actually have this system. I only have remote access to it. Black Coffee Drinker has cracked it open and took some pictures of it, but it's possible that the MFM interface is vestige. I mean, the tape, it says that it has a tape interface, which I believe is actually the floppy drive on it. Sooner or later, it'll be done making those imaginary device nodes. Let's see here. I'm curious. Have I picked up any new subscribers today? No, I've actually lost 2 today, but that's probably because I just gained some spam bot ones. Because I've gained... Like, when I release a video, I get a pretty large upkick, but I don't gain a lot from streaming, which has always been a little bit weird for me. Because, essentially, when I stream, I get a few thousand views on the stream itself, and sometimes a few thousand on the VOD. I haven't quite figured out how YouTube calculates that. Like, I don't know if the views on the VOD are all the views that happen after the stream goes live. Although, actually, you know what? I can answer that question, because I unlisted those other 2 streams. Yeah, and they have 2,000, 3,000 views each. So, I guess the views on the stream count the ones while it was live. It then gets a few more over time. Like, I'm looking at the Illumo stream just for context. And on the first day, the first 2 days, it only had 1.6k views. And it's now currently at 5,000. So, there are people who actually do watch all my VODs all the way through, which still shocks me. Even my NetHack ones occasionally get views all the way through. And I do kind of want to run NetHack on this, just because I actually wonder if this machine can run modern versions of NetHack at full speed. Hack, I believe, was coded on a VMS. Not VMS, but I believe it was on a VAX. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I had to get, Mega, I had to get this machine booting with no physical access to it. BCD was going to get a SCSI CD-ROM drive, but by time it would have actually arrived in at his place, I already had it going. It might still be needed because I don't know why Ultrix won't boot on this system. Apparently, 4.5 should work, but I tried it with both Linux MopD and the official DEC mop server. And hey, Travis Newman, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. As a member, you'll have access to a few exclusive emojis, and you'll have an indicator next to your name. I haven't changed the YouTube default ones of how many months you've been a subscriber. I got to fix where that notification is. I just noticed that on Stream Beats, it's not in the place that it should be. Let me move that alert box. I'll put it on the other side. That's not where that's... Come on, don't move this. That's... I'm happy where that is. Not donation goal alert box. And then we put that there. And then update the view. Cool. Wow, these tracks are just not doing it for me. Can I can I filter these a little bit better? Like, let me look at their curated list. They have curated ones for game stations. You know what? Let's try uplifting. So for those who are wondering, right now it is currently updating the root database certificates because because strangely enough, NetBSD shipped without a CA root store up until either 10 or 9, this one or the last one. Like, this is a very recent addition to what is you'd think would be standard functionality. Okay, that is good. That is good sounding music. Oh, nope. I didn't want to open FaceTime. Although honestly, I just getting a brief look at myself, I actually feel like I look better than I thought I did. Like I said, the apartment's a complete disaster, and I don't really want to have the camera on. But hey, at least when you take a selfie and it doesn't look bad, that's always a good feeling. Let me lower the background music a bit. I didn't realize it was as high as it was. I apologize. At some point, it will be... God, this might actually take a long time because it actually has to parse X509 certificates. And that's not going to be a fast process. Alright, there we go. I mean, at some point, it will move on to the next part. I've never played with the clustering. I've played with not with OpenMPI, although I've helped debug it indirectly. The most I ever got with clustering is I once set up Apple's Xgrid stuff because at the time I had a bunch of old Macs. I don't even think I ever submitted any jobs. It was just getting that. Okay, cool. Is network information you entered accurate for machine? Yes, it is. Now, there's a trick here. You don't want to press enter too quickly or it'll just go to the next screen. Okay, extraction of sets is complete. We'll now be able to boot from the selected hard drive. We can now do some essential things. I don't want to set a root password because it'll just make logging in take that much longer. All right, chat, I think we're getting ready for the first boot. Oh, no, we probably got a few more minutes, but it's getting there. Okay, so, time zone, that's fine, that's fine. This system, I do want to update its clock. CGD, I'm not sure what that is. Definitely don't need RAID frame. And let's add a user, just so I'm not always... I feel like it's getting slower as it runs. Alright, that's going to take a bit as it hashes that password. I'm not going to enable SSHD because it's going to take a hilariously long time to generate host keys. Okay. Oh, wait, hold on. I think if I just select it as is, it won't try and do that. Alright, so finish configuring. Now complete. So now it should return to the first menu. Oh, yeah, so it's unmounting target route. Cool. So now we need to actually halt the system. Like, it has to be an actual halt, because that'll bring me back to the bootloader. Cool. Alright, so now I actually want to change what it does. I just noticed that there's apparently 2 different things on the SCSI bus. I don't know what this Z30 is. You know what? I'm going to look at it after it boots. Let's see here. Hold on. I always forget the messages. Help. I just want to tell it not to boot. Is it B flag? I just basically want to turn off auto boot. Let's see here. Set B flag by default called sys0 to boot for our root. To the general register 5. Do this on the boot command. No, those are boot flags. That's the boot root. Here we go. Automatic boot. I think this is the physical switch on the machine that tells it where to stop or go. Was it? Is it show boot? Cause you know that's fine. Let me do boot. So if I want to boot from the hard drive, that's DUA 0. No, sorry. I think it's the. Hold on. Show get ESA 0. Yeah, so here's this one. There's the hard drive that we just installed too. There's the tape. There's the disk. Is that what I had to type? That is what I had to type. You know, I worry that we never successfully tried to boot off the hard drive, but the flip side is it didn't look like there was any data on the hard drive. I guess it's too late now. I could write back that image, but I also don't care. Like, we looked at it on stream. It looked like scratch data. Unless... Now I'm being paranoid. Ooh. Chat, I think it failed to boot. Actually, I'm pretty sure it failed to boot. That was what I was afraid it was going to do. Let me power cycle it. Like, let's actually turn it off and back on again. And let me also turn off the Ultrix server, so it, yeah, ISP error. It did not like that. I don't want it to... Well, I already power cycled it, but... yeah, I don't want to try and boot off the network, so I'm gonna... Let's shut this down. Shut down... I think I just do shut down now, and that'll drop it to single user. Yeah, that's what it's going to do. Okay, that's going to sit there at that prompt until this system is shut down. And then sync So... Oh, no, that's not... Alright, that's going to try booting off Ethernet. It's not going to find anything. It will time out. Actually, I still got this up. Let me just reboot it, because it takes quite a while for it to time out. I think we're going to have to do some debugging to figure out why this doesn't boot. Oh, right, because where did it get that? Unless it managed to get it before the Ultrix system went down. Halt system. I thought I told us the reboot, but apparently not. Oh, well, whatever. I'm just going to see if it auto boots. And it falls over. That is fascinating. That means it booted with the install kernel and it did not boot with the working kernel. I suspected that this might happen, but to see it actually fail... I want to mull on this. It should ill out and go back to the boot prompt in a moment. So while we're waiting for that, I want to check something because now I'm actually concerned. Let me take a copy of the Ultrix VM. Because now I'm worried that we may have never tried to boot off that hard drive properly. Now that I realize it's not DUA0, it's DKA100. I'm going to take the dump that we took. I should have gone the entire file system because the part it looked like it was doing was just scratch data. And I can always glue the bits together to see if there's anything on it, but I just want to rule it out that there was nothing on that hard drive. Root, and then I've got HDD, the dump we got at once. Like, I just want to rule this out just to make sure that there was no actual data on that hard drive. Like I said, we got all the bits. The problem is the bits are in 2 files. I'd have to literally stitch this image back together. No, apparently that's an install kernel. Yeah, I had that feeling. So I'll show you exactly. So this is... Whoa. This almost feels like the... Hold on, is it on the network? No, it's not pinging. I'm going to turn this off for now because I actually need to think about this. I think we're going to have to do a debugging stream. Yeah, I'm just going to let it reboot for now. I want to just confirm for my own sanity while that reboots that there was nothing on that hard drive that we actually wanted to care about. Yeah, because see, on different VAXs, it's different. Yeah, okay, no, that's fine. No such file, halt instruction. Which I believe, yeah, okay, so there was, in fact, nothing on that hard drive. There was no operating system. It's, because if we run file on it, you'll see that it says it's a files, yeah, it's a files and living on disk structure but there's no actual data on it. So again, I feel better. Oh yeah, and it's trying to net boot again. No, wait. Where is it getting... Where is it finding a mop server? It shouldn't be finding a mop server. We're not running one here. What is this booting from? That just netboot. What did that auto boot from? Because there's no mop server for it to get a bootloader from. It's net booting off. Hold on. Look, and it's starting NetBSD 7.2. Oh, well, I didn't actually change the name of the file, but... You know, let me let it boot up, because like I said, I have my theory of what may be causing this. Like, I can try putting the install kernel and see if it comes up. I am very deeply confused. Let's let it boot up. And we'll poke it with a stick. Like, the problem is that this is going to take a while for this to boot up, but screw it. But I'm very confused on what this system actually started from. It loaded the NetBSD 10 mop bootloader, but that's what I had available. Like, I am... Like, there's no secret mop process that's running here. Oh no, apparently... Hold on. Screen R. Yeah, load-bearing SSH terminal. I don't... Well, I saw that there was a SimH instance running. Or at least... Yeah, okay, so there is still a VAX instance running, but where is it running? So apparently that's the only terminal I actually have going. And this is still booting, but this is a telnet session that I can close out of. So let's open a new screen session. I must have detached it at some point. Oh, you know what? Hold on. I should be able to telnet into it. Yes. Okay, there we go. Oh, it's not gonna let... Oh, it's not gonna let me. Please tell me I made a non-root user. Was it a different IP? Was it 7? I guess I'm just going to have to nuke that Ultrix instance and hope it doesn't complain too hard that's going to have a hard shutdown. But I thought I really do feel like I killed it. Alright, so now it shouldn't have anything it can talk to. Let's get to this terminal emulator. The fact that ldconfig terminated with signal2 is concerning, but okay. Yeah, so it's still booting off that NetBoot installation. I am deeply confused, but we have some things to test. Like we'll take a deeper look at it. At least we know that it at least theoretically runs. It just doesn't seem to like the generic kernel. Unfortunately, this is very slow to boot like this. I mean, it doesn't make sense that it wouldn't know how to talk to the terminal. Because... well, it booted NetBSD off the install kernel, and that worked. But it apparently is a different config for install versus generic, which makes absolutely no sense in my book, but okay. Question mark? I really love how fast this is. I'm enjoying this this glacier. All right, well, you know what, while that's going, let me actually take a look through the Git directory and see if I can find the kernel config file. Because if there is an actual difference between the install, because I watched the kernel messages when it booted up, it said NetBSD 10 install, which means it is a different configuration than the generic. The question is, I don't know what that actually means. I don't know what the actual difference is. So let me, I will look at that while we wait for this to boot. So Arch. Vax. Conf. Also, I will never understand why, but there is a USB config. Yeah, okay. So there actually is some differences. Let me actually pull the source tree down, because we can recompile NetBSD actually quite easily. It's known for that. All right. All right. Fortunately, I don't have to use CVS because there is a very, very nice conversion of that. They still use CVS as their upstream. I know that's a BSD thing that they all use CVS, but I like my version control to be atomic, please. Alright, I guess we're going to watch the other one while this downloads. Because there are differences in the config, which means that maybe we just have to build an install kernel, and then I ask on port VAX, hey, what's up, guys? Because that sounds like where this is going. Like, yeah. Let's see, how are you booting? Yeah, you're still updating the message of the day. All right, cool. This is done checking out. Let me pull up the chat. Yeah, it's an emulated display, but yes. I have the distinct feeling that there is a problem with VAX kernels past a certain size. I don't exactly know why, but I do suspect that is in fact the actual problem. But we need to actually figure out if that is the problem or not. So which means we have to figure out a working configuration first. Also, what did I do with the Pretzel Rocks player? Like, did I actually lose this? Yeah, I did actually apparently manage to lose it. Hold on. What's the... Here, close that tab. Close that tab. Oh, right, because on the music tab, I actually pulled up auto tab complete. Oh, good, it's actually done booting. Perfect. All right, we're going to come back to that in a moment. Nope, that's still resolving deltas, so we are going to log in as root. I don't know why RC LD config failed. I'm alarmed by that, but okay. So hold on, I want to just check something. So, okay, so the SCSI hard drive is, and it's saying it's got a tape drive, but I'm pretty sure that's actually a floppy drive. Okay. So you should now have a file system. What would it be? It would be RA, I believe. Hold on, dmessage. This probably doesn't have less, does it? Oh no, it does. Cool. All right, what did it find the root file system as? I believe, you know what, it should be on the A slice. No, I don't think it's an S. I think it's... This is probably me just being more tired than I realize. Okay, so if I do mount dev sda0 mount... Okay, so I did actually replay the log file. So how big is the kernel that it's trying to boot? It's trying to boot a 3.9 megabyte kernel. Are you a compressed kernel in disguise? No, you are not a compressed kernel, but you are also not a stripped kernel. So what is the install kernel? See, this kernel is stripped. So how big is the install kernel? 3.8 megabytes. Let's take a look at what the configs look like, because obviously something is not right here. So sys arch vax config. So yeah, okay, so the install kernel removes the embedded config file. It compiles OS, which is definitely a possible influence. It builds in the kernel debugger. Yeah, the install kernel has the kernel debugger enabled. The install kernel does not have IPv6. No snapshot support, NFS 3 support. Let's see here. It doesn't have a bunch of compatibility stuff with Ultrix. Surprisingly, it's able to run 4.3 BSD Reno programs. I actually would love to try that out. CPU does not lack some hardware instructions. That is entirely possibly a thing we need. Because remember, we got invalid instruction when we tried to do GCC. And then there's a whole bunch of locale stuff. So there is actually a really, really big difference between these two kernels. Like, that is not a small difference. And the OS option in and of itself could just be entirely... I think the easy place to start is we recompile it and remove the memory disk is root option, so it will try and boot the install kernel to the hard drive. Because if that boots, that at least narrows it down. The question is, how do I actually do that? I know you can cross-compile NetHack, and not NetHack, NetBSD, and I know it's not even all that hard. I just gotta look up the syntax. It's really that simple. Hold on. Here we go. Cross-compiling NetBSD. So, okay, so we want -u for an unprivileged build. We'll put our object files there. We are targeting... Let's see here. -m indicates the machine that we are building for... let's see here. Okay, we need to list arch. So I guess that's VAX. Yeah, that's a lot of targets. So that would be... So /u/ yeah, I don't even care. /mvax /avax. And then let me just see what the targets are. Because I just want to build... I want to build... I guess we don't technically need the disk sets. We just need the kernel. So let's tell it to build kernel generic. Because this should basically just do it all. Yep, there it goes. And now it's bootstrapping GCC. Thankfully, we are in a modern system, so this is not going to be horrendously pain... Oh, no, apparently I have to do tools first. Okay, no problem. All right. So we'll let that build the tools. Why did that fail? Apparently because I don't have zlib installed. Okay, there we go. All right, cool. So that's going to build a Linux to VAX cross compiler and then build the kernel. No, we have to cross compile, so it's got to build a copy of GCC. So this is going to take a bit of time. Like, this is not going to be instant. So, all right. So let me catch up with chat. Zero trouble. I mean, it. Yeah, you're right. It does feel like it's a communication problem, but that looks like it's something that's hard coded into it. So I still want to actually crawl into the config file and figure out why. Considering that a lot of people have reported success in reported success. So like I said, we're going to have to actually build the kernel and see if we can figure out what's going on here. Because if I take the install kernel, remove the RAM disk from it, and that boots, um, it does tell me that the problem is there's a problem in the generic kernel. Yeah, we don't have to build the full operating system, although I think it would be funny to do so. I mean, if I really wanted to do something twisted, I could build the x86 version from the VAX. That would take. Actually, I'm not even sure how long that would take because I don't know if it would do multiple GCC builds. I always appreciate how robust the NetBSD build system is, though. Like, there is something to be said about this just working. Okay, so, alright, so that is nothing but GCC, and we lost the music again. There we go. Sorry if I'm running out of commentary. I am actually getting a bit tired. But I really want to know what. If the install kernel boots, then I'll probably do a stream, quote, soon, unquote, of handling that. God, man, like I said, doing this on the Vax would take a much longer period of time. Alright, let's pull up Streamlabs. Okay. Oh, I can do cool. Yeah, you're right. I could have done tools and kernel at the same time. It doesn't really matter. This isn't going to take very long. Like, probably 10 minutes tops for. No, maybe not 10 minutes, but it'll be relatively quick. I kind of like watching it ghost, though. Like, I really appreciate the aesthetic of that. Yeah, okay, now it's building bin utilities. Yeah, it's like the music just keeps cutting out. It won't play more than one track. Oh, no, apparently, I guess I'm out at the end of the playlist. Here, chill lo-fi, 5 hours. There we go. Okay, that's the right music for this stream. Am I not audible? No, I haven't fallen asleep. I'm just tired. But I'm making a point of just not talking constantly as well. Like, I'm just watching the nice amber glow. Although, I do appreciate the fact that I am personally looking at the stream on an LCD. So, I am literally looking... This is literally the Yule log on the CRT for me. Alright. So the question is, why does not... Like, I am so very confused by this. Oh, I forgot to put a J option on this. I'm assuming... Is there a no clean? Because I don't want to clean the build, but... Oh, okay. Underscore U. They definitely are. I might, like, I feel like deck is a good amber color. Like, maybe next time we do something non-BSD, I'll use green. There's quite a few color schemes. We could also do something completely archaic, or not archaic. We could always do a blue screen and make the text blue, because there was never... I'm not sure if it's technically not possible or it just never was made, but doing a blue phosphor. I am actually more tired than I realize. I am going to let the tools build, and if the install kernel boots, you know what, we're going to rule this out one way or another, and then the next stream is going to actually be isolating why the NetBSD 10 generic kernel does not work. That might be as soon as tomorrow. No. I am compiling. I'm compiling on my Linux workbox. We're cross compiling to VAX. This will take literal months. You can see here how it's an AMD 64 cross build. So I'm building from AMD 64 to the VAX because I need to rapidly rebuild the kernel to figure out why it is having problems. This is we installed to a real MicroVAX. This is a real MicroVAX. Come on. You can see that it's having real MicroVAX lag. For reasons that we do not understand, it's booting the install kernel. It will not boot the generic kernel. Although 7.2 generic does actually work. So I'm compiling the install kernel right now. And by compile the install kernel, I am building GCC first. So let's see here. Like, I'm not sure how far into the build it's actually gone. Like, let me see if there's any posts on ports VAX. I doubt it. Here we go. VAX. MicroVAX, portless maintainer. Port VAX. So there's a bunch of, so let's see if there's any fit. Let me like look through port VAX and see if anyone's like reported anything on this machine like semi recently. VAX stations 3100s are systems that are CPU that's similar to the 2000 machines, and the 2000 machines are basically, they're basically 70s 80s VAXs. Debian VAX history, developers and developers funding. That's an interesting page about the history of the port. I'm just looking through this because I'm actually going to have to be debugging it. I was formerly diagnosed with delayed phase sleep syndrome in my 20s. It's closer to non-24, but I've had sleep issues throughout my entire life. I will almost certainly have it to the day I die. I'm just not even bothering to just care about any sort of appearance of I'm awake at regular hours for my time zone. So I'm just going to stream whenever. Hopefully more frequently, but I've said that before, so until I actually start doing it, it is at least building the NetBSD kernel right now. The bitrate of this probably is just going to look like sludge. So that's building the generic kernel. Yep, there we go. Kernel's built from install. All right, cool. So that actually built. So what I want to do now is we want to go into the sys arch vax folder, conf, install test. Now let's open up the adder. So what we want to disable right here is we just don't, I don't want it to boot from a memory disk. So yeah, it really does have a lot of things disabled that the other one doesn't. It is a no-frills kernel, but if we get rid of the memory disk, kick this kernel onto the hard drive, and it boots, then it tells me that something in the generic kernel has completely broken. It also could be this, the optimized for size, and what did I call this kernel? Let's see here. Hold on. I was not wanting to do it. Let's call this, because we actually are probably going to have to check this install. Install no RAM disk. I've been told on real hardware, NetBSD builds in about 3 months. I don't know if that did or did not include the tools, but I know RC5 was built on real hardware. I will say that this is, like, I've really come to appreciate the BSDs. Like, especially after so much pain in dealing with Linux over time, it's like, yes, Linux now works with your hardware, but it's inherited, like, all the problems of old Windows. All right, so let's grab this kernel. And let's put that... Okay, so now we go to mount. So that's the internal hard drive. So NetBSD install no RAM disk. Copy that here. Not a fast system. OpenOffice.org on Motorola 680XO many years ago used to take over a month. Hold on, I actually need to halt the system because I need to change the boot device. Although it won't boot off Ethernet because I have the Ultrix server shut down. Board auto boot. NetBSD install. Ooh, I can't put an underscore. Yeah, I can't type an underscore. That's annoying. Yeah, I type an underscore into backspaces. I can put a hyphen in. I'm assuming... Must mount first, device not configured. Hold on, let me try something. Maybe it's just the terminal. No, okay, I can't actually type an underscore. That's nice. That's lovely. Hold on, I know what to do. Let me put here, let me go to export vax root. I gotta start. I have to boot up the Ultrix box again because we need to NetBoot. That's not it. Okay, so that's the boot server booting up. If you want to tar a raw, if you want to copy out a raw disk, it's always slice C. So it would be like on this VAX, it's SD0, and then C, because C is always the entire slice. It's just due to how it's an old holdover of how disk labeling used to work back in the day. As the Z... hold on. It just went belly up. Why did Ultrix just panic? Like, Ultrix just panicked. I hope that was a fluke. Yeah. This is how this morning is just like. File system was modified. Maybe it'll boot. I don't know. I do feel like SimH causes hard disk crashing because I feel like it doesn't flush the hard drive before it shuts down. It's not the first time I've seen SimH trash a hard drive. This is an emulator. This isn't the real thing. The real thing's been reliable. Yeah, it should be fine now. We just gotta wait for it to fully come up. That's a lot of core files there. Alright, that's up and running. So boot ESA 0. I believe I can just tell it. I believe I can override its root file system. Like, Okay, so retry error. You may need to... Sometimes, I've noticed sometimes you have to log in for this. I don't know why. Come on. Mop monitor is running. It did do this before last time I had to restart the Ultrix. Like, it took 3 or 4 tries before it actually successfully booted. You were able to bind to the network on startup, right? Yeah, open the Ethernet device. Yeah, so you did open the Ethernet device up. Okay, so... Right, that's not going to help. Hold on, I've got mop trace, NetBSD, mopd, mop trace. We can at least see what it's doing. So next time it tries to net boot, we'll be able to at least look at the packets and see what exactly it's doing. It's also... Okay, there it is. Now it's trying... It's requesting a system load. And it's not getting anything. I think it's EL0 history. I don't know if it supports T-message. What is the Ethernet device in this thing? QE1 or QE0. QE0. Okay, so it is talking to the network. Oh, that apparently did it. There was probably a stale ARP entry somewhere, which I've seen cause problems. All right, let's see what that does. Oh, that booted. And look, that's the install no RAM disk kernel. And I saw it was compiled on user Skywalker. Can't mount root device. Root device. Your root device is SDA. Is that valid for the dump device? I guess. Chat, that's booting. That is actually trying to boot. That is bizarre. So it will boot off the install kernel, but it won't boot off the generic kernel. Also, I need to fix the entropy problem. There is a way to do it. I forgot what the Ultrix. The Ultrix is an emulated VAX. It's not a real one. I only have the one. Chat, I'm really confused. Why the hell does the install kernel work and the generic one does not? I think that's going to be a debugging session for another day. That's a lot of config options we're going to have to check, and it's a fairly long boot process. Although it is journaled. Like, I want to actually see if it will boot all the way. Because it may still die halfway through the boot process. You know, that is a good point. Although I can't imagine that generic is corrupted. But let's just see if it boots all the way before we try that. Well, it's a partial boot. All right. Well, that goes, I'm gonna look at the config. Yeah. So it did successfully mop load, although I had to kick it for it to do that. Yeah, I mean, look, it's definitely not completely happy on the install kernel. Like, it's enough to boot, but it's not enough to be happy with, because it's missing kernfs, pidfs, procfs. It may not actually boot. Also, we've got a seeded entropy. Also, this step will take a long time. 20 minutes is what it takes in about an emulator to generate SSH keys. I'm just making notes on Discord. All right, this is going to take a while. Let me just look at the configs and see if anything stands out to me. But really, the only thing that actually stands out to me is the compile flags. I know someone in chat told me why there was a USB variant of this kernel. Apparently, oh, that's why, because someone actually created a USB device for it. Okay, so fair weight, so quotas, a whole bunch of stuff that we don't generally care about. System 5 config, old compatibility stuff. User config stuff. kernel compile, so basically all the buses. All that's correct. These are all the various devices it could potentially have. Like, I don't see anything relating to console configuration here, which I assume would be hard-coded. You can't change the baud rate on these. Meanwhile, we look at the install kernel. And one of the big options that... The biggest thing that stands out to me is O-OS. I mean, yeah, I mean, the install kernel is very simple. Yeah, that's still going. I mean, that's the only thing that is standing out to me. Aside from the fact that a few extra CPUs are supported. I might as well, I mean, I could, I guess it doesn't really matter because it's not like this is a working system. I have historically just waited for it, but yeah, I can control C this. Yeah. All right, so you know what? Let's do a few more tests. So that's going to keep booting. I probably shouldn't have controlled C that, but whatever. I want to test. I want to compile the generic kernel just to confirm the same behavior. Generic and then generic. I want to see if install. If that makes a difference. No, that's not what I want to do. That's not the line I wanted. Okay, so that's up to updating message of the day. Wow, yeah, I'm definitely running on fumes. All right, let's build these two kernels. How did I lose my command line history here? 5888. Nope, that's the load-bearing terminal. A whole bunch of things that are less than happy because the install kernel doesn't have a whole lot of bells and whistles. I guess I have to retype out the build command because it got eaten by something. Alright, let's redo this. So, build sh UUJ8 MVAX A VAX kernel generic OS, because we have the tools. I should need anything else. Because if this boots, then the problem is, for some reason, it's booting with OS and not one of the other ones. But the toolchain just got a pretty major overhaul, so it would explain why it's failing. Well, I mean, the thing is that nothing in that config is standing out to me. It's entirely possible there's something there that is not obvious, but the OS one is the only... OS makes more sense than an individual config change, because like I said, the toolchain has seen massive upgrades. There's an ongoing thread about a assembler bug in gas. So, just to rule it out, because at this point, I'm also going to have to build... If this doesn't fix it, then I'm going to have to build current and see if the problem happens in current. If it doesn't happen in current, then we have to bisect it. If it does happen in current, then we have to work backwards and figure out what is going on here. Like, this is going to be a debugging session. Like, this is going to be a proper debugging session. This is Cool Retro Term by Swordfish90. It's available for Linux and Mac OS. I'm running it on Mac OS. Yeah, alright, so there's generic OS. And just to rule it out, I will build generic. Let me grab this kernel and let's just put it in the NFS directory, because we can mount Skywalker over NFS. Let's just build generic for the sake of it. NetBSD predates Google as a company. Let's just let this build. This is cross compiled from AMD 64. Like, I have no reason to think this will work, but like I said, we should rule it out. Oh, this is not actually booted. I guess I can load them over NFS. Wow, that is really running slow. Alright, and then so we'll add this to generic like that. Okay, so it did eventually make it to a login prompt. It took its sweet time, but it did make it. So it is running NetBSD 10. It's not running NetBSD 10 very well, but it is running. I should have NFS. Skywalker is 5, I think. Export root vax mount. Oh wait, that's the other way around. Vax root. So NetBSD 10, copy that to the root directory. Because I want to see if it'll actually boot off the hard drive. Supercell, NetBSD... Well, BSDs predate Linux by over a decade. NetBSD is a fork of the original BSDs, but literally, you're talking about what Linux was a copy of. Because the earliest copyright date in the code base is 83. I mean, the whole... I can print out the string. I mean, it's dmessage head... Somehow this feels slower. Or not. Okay, apparently it's not going to actually print out the full D message because it print out so much garbage booting up. Alright, let's halt it and see if it will boot off NetBSD 10 generic. Or generic OS. Alright. Chat. You know, I'm not even going to run the straw poll. I'm just going to go for it. Device not configured. What? What is it trying to boot? I don't know what it tried to boot, but bad things just happened. Okay. Let's power cycle. Alright, so the machine is now being power cycled. Oh yeah, you're right. I did leave the 10 out of the file name. Okay, that's a good point. Well, when it comes back, we'll try that again. And there it is. It's come back. Okay, so boot NetBSD 10 generic. Oh, well, you know what? Fine, we'll test that. Because that's the one I built myself. So if this one boots, then there is a problem with the official dist. Maybe. Nope, that one dies. Okay. That's the control test dying exactly the way I expected it to die. So let's power cycle it again. I'm going to call it after this attempt. Like, if it boots from the generic OS one, then I will copy that kernel. Well, I guess that kernel is on the hard drive, so we won't have to do anything else. I'll let it do a full boot, and then I'll end the stream. If that's not it, then I think we're going to call it here, because I'm not in the mood to debug this. At least not right this second. Did I not power cycle it? Or is it just taking its time to power cycle? Oh, yeah, no, I have to hit the confirm button to make it actually turn on and off. Okay, now it should start power cycling. Oh, I didn't want to auto boot. Right. You can't hit enter on that screen or it just goes. Because any key means any key but enter. I assume it's just going to crash. Yeah, it's just going to crash. Come on. There it goes. Alright, let's see if this one starts. No, it does not. Okay. That means there is, in fact, a more serious problem here. We're at 6 hours and 35 minutes. Well, longer than that. I don't think I'm in the state to try and run this down. Let me turn off. Okay. I am... Someone recommended, what was it? VimD to see the diffs. Like, let's just take another look at this, because nothing is standing out to me. And you know what? I'm actually going to kill the music because I'm starting to get a little bit... It's starting to get a little bit, shall we say, deep elevator. I think we're going to need a little bit more color. No, we need more color than that. More color than that. Oh, you know what? That's not bad. Yeah, but I feel like this terminal has some problems. Okay, you know what? This is... I've never actually used this before, and it's interesting. You know what? Here, hold on. Let me go default amber. Set color, no. Set color off. Set no color. It's not color with a U, is it? I guess not. So, generic... Like, there are a lot of options here that could be the difference. It could also be a case of too many things in the kernel. Like, the actual device configuration doesn't look super different. Like, the audio devices, the audio and the speaker are not here. But we are dying so early in boot. I'm assuming that it's a kernel size problem more than anything else. I mean, the main differences that I'm seeing is that there's a few differences in which VAX systems are actually supported, which we saw earlier. We saw that it uses OS. There's the RAM disk. There's no debugger on the... You know what? Hold on. Hold on. I just had a realization. There is one obvious thing it could be that... Is the kernel stripped? For some reason, yeah, neither of these were stripped. Generic OS is not stripped. So was the install no RAM disk one? That's the only other thing that kind of obviously comes to me, but was this a stripped kernel? That was not a stripped kernel, that one booted. And this is the stock one that we compiled, and that was also not stripped. How big are these kernels? 2.3 megabytes. .4. and 4 megabyte. And the install kernel itself was, because that does have the RAM disk, 4.3. So no, it's not actually a kernel size issue. It's something in that config is preventing the kernel from booting. I'm just sitting here a little flabbergasted. Let me catch up with the chat. I was thinking it's a size issue, but the fact of the matter is we were able to build the install no RAM disk kernel, and it worked. The install kernel was able to netboot. I wasn't able to netboot off the generic kernel, and I can't start the generic kernel from the hard drive. We rolled out the config, the OS. The first stage bootloader actually does quite a bit because it has to load the ELF file and put it into basically memory as a raw blob so the system can load it. That's why I was wondering if maybe it being stripped mattered, but it's... I am going to have to go through these options and we're going to have to experiment. I'm not in the state where I can do this right now, so we will come back to this. I think we're going to call the stream here because it has been 7 hours. I'm going to take a break, and then when I'm up to for it, we will do the debugging NetBSD on Digital Vax. All right, until next time, this is your host, N Commander, signing out. If you've enjoyed this content, please like and subscribe. If you want to help me debug it, please join Discord. The link is in the description. If you really enjoy this content, consider becoming a member, supporting me on Patreon, or making a one-time contribution on Coffee. Until next time, this is your